Hello everybody and welcome to Daytona. This is the start of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge Series for 2024. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the booth, our BDO pit lane team, Joe Bradley, but first here's Shea Adam.
If you're just joining us for the first time this year, where have you been? 2024 looks like a very different grid than it was in 2023, namely for our championship defenders in the GS class. Turner Motorsport back with Robbie Foley once again, but now they've welcomed a newbie, Francis Seldorf, who won the VP Fuels Challenge for Turner Motorsports in the GSX class. His first season of real competitive racing has made the step up, and where better to do it than Daytona International Speedway with the 4-hour contest to kick things off. So we are going to see this young man learning very quickly, but with the team that won the championship last year, they know how to get it done, does Turner. Down at the other end of pit lane with the stories about TCR is my cohort, Joe Bradley.
Well, if you're new to the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the TCR class, they are front-wheel drive cars. Not a big deal considering most road cars are these days, but however, it is a big deal when you've got to get these tyres to work, and front-wheel drive cars absolutely destroy their front tyres. You're relying on them not just to turn the car, but also to drive the car forward. And the winner today in the TCR class will be the drivers, or the drivers, who are more than gentle on their tyres. It's going to be all about the tyres as ever.
And this is one of two extended races on the season, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. This is the BMW M Endurance Challenge for the first round. 4 hours for this one. Our second 4-hour race later on in the season will herald the return of IMSA competition to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and it will be the headline act. It is the top of the billing, so watch out for that later on in the year. So welcome along if you are just joining us either here at the circuit on 107.9 WWDIS, around the world on RS2, but everybody could be watching, everybody outside the USA at least, can be watching free on IMSA.tv and on IMSA Radio via the video player. Before we get started today, I'd like to pay tribute to our colleagues at Concord from NASCAR Productions, and particularly the hard-working replay team, affectionately known as the Tape Apes. And I say that with great affection, and we lost one of our own as far as the Tape Apes are concerned recently. Sad to report that Brett Simmons lost his fight with illness, and a man who was ever smiley in every situation. I met him very early on when I came over here, and we always had a good chat. There'll be some heavy hearts working this weekend on the replay machines. Tape Apes, I salute you and your commitment to the very best work that you can do. So the cars are rolling on the formation lap, and at the front of the field, Carbon Motorsports BMW is on pole position for the BMW M Endurance Challenge. Owen Trinkler back in the car for the first time after a testing fire in the Aston Martin. What a way to get back on the horse. Jack Hawksworth for Hattori Motorsports, Toyota and McLaren with Jesse Lazar. 4 different manufacturers in the first 4 places on the grid. Just how we like it, Jeremy.
Yeah, and in TCR, the top 3 cars on the grid are different manufacturers as well, so that equality is spread around both classes. There's 7 different manufacturers in GS, 4 in TCR. Who's ready to rumble? This is going to be fun, I think. Last year there was a bit too much caution. Let's have a bit of a cleaner race this time, and we know the competition is going to be intense. So having said that, the BMWs look really, really strong here. They have great straight line speed. You know, in this series, it's kind of horses for courses. Last year, the Porsche shone here at Daytona, but this year, the BMWs look really, really strong. But I think, yeah, they're certainly beatable.
4 hours exactly on the clock. Got a goodly smattering of spectators on the main grandstand, which is huge, of course, stretching all the way down to where they turn in at turn 1. Sitting out in the sunshine in front of us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. And on the infield, the small bleachers are absolutely packed, both on the exit of the International Horseshoe and just on the kink and down into the West Horseshoe as well. Thank you for joining us here at Daytona or wherever you are in the world. The IMSA Michelin pilot season for 2024 is almost ready to go green. It's a split start. We wait for the green flag. It's waving. And we are underway for 2024, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Great start by the car bomb BMW from pole position, getting down into the first corner. Change of manufacturer for car bomb, but still with the grey, black and bright green. Owen Trinkler drops in behind in the red, white and blue TGM Aston Martin. Now comes the TCRs. Hyundai jumping away from pole position, and Harry Gottsacker with Carl Whitman. Carl maybe caught a little bit napping there, and Carl's going to have to cut across to the inside and defend as the Go Racing bright orange number 55 Audi was down the inside there. That was a very good and clean start from both of our sets of cars, Jeremy.
Yeah, wasn't that nice to see? Good clean first couple of corners for both categories. And now this race really does get underway, and a really good start there from the Pulsar in TCR Harry Gottsacker. He's probably already pulled out half a dozen car lengths over that Audi in the second position. That is Carl Whitmer driving that car at the moment. At the front of the field, Owen Trinkler with that very scary incident he had back in December. Serious burns to his left arm, had skin grafts, really painful. The first time he'd driven the car since then was yesterday, and did the day before, I guess, in the afternoon. It was the first official practice session of the week. He did not take part in the raw test last weekend, but to qualify second, just shows you how gritty he is. This is his 191st start, the most experienced driver in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. In fact, that whole team, they've all the minimum number of, they've got 5 drivers amongst the 2 cars, and the minimum number starts at 105.
And he's drafting up to the rear three-quarter panel of the Mercedes. Something's come up on the back of the AMG, just flicked up there. It's the boot lid, flicked up on there. Looks like an air brake has popped up underneath the aerofoil. Oh, is it the aerofoil having dropped down? But something certainly moved there on the BMW. So Owen Trinkler leads the first lap. What a comeback from the man from just outside Nashville. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. And he heads through into that hidden corner at turn 2. Now let's see if we can work out what is going on with the back of that BMW. Just underneath the spoiler, yeah, I think it's the boot lid has come up, the trunk lid, if you will, has pivoted and is actually filling the gap between the bottom of the aerofoil and the boot lid, effectively, the trunk lid. So that is working. It's popped up off its hinges, it's hinged at that end. That's a remarkable thing to see, and that will not be doing the aerodynamics of that car any good at all.
I think the only way that can happen is somebody forgot to tighten it up properly.
Well, I'm sort of surprised. I don't know the vagaries of how, or the details of how the aerofoil is fastened on. It must be fastened on either side of the trunk lid, because that would pivot up the opposite direction, Jeremy. So that's the hinges that weren't fastened effectively. Yeah. It looks like we will be getting that car into the pit lane. Joe Bradley is down at that end of things. I'll come to you in a moment, Jeremy. It was just when Owen Trinkler got to the rear three-quarter of the car, and it popped up as if it was an air brake on an. Or you know when you see if you sit on the wing of an airliner, when it comes in and they do the reverse thrust, and part of the engine cowl moves. That's exactly what happened there. Joe Bradley, BDO pit lane report.
Yeah, the 39 team are getting ready for the car to come in. I'm not sure whether a decision has been made, but the decision might have been made for them as the car peels off and onto the pit road. I may be able to get a look and see what it is exactly that's come loose on the back. It's the boot lid under the wing. It won't affect the wing at all, but I'm not sure. That can only be that the clips have not been clipped on correctly. They are now, though, pushed into place. They are taking advantage of this impromptu necessity of visiting the pits to top up on fuel. And it's the front leading edge of the boot that popped up that slots into kind of a retaining slot, and a clip that's just not doing its job. It's they're trying to get it to seat, and it's struggling. They're struggling. This is costing them time, but it's going to cost them more than perhaps they'd like. And I think with the boot popping up, it may have bent something because they just can't quite get it seated. Now then, it's the gaffer tape, the tank tape coming into play. Not very nice job, that, boys. That's a bit messy, that, for my liking, but it's doing the job. It might not be aesthetically pleasing, but it's certainly effective. The car back out.
And the key thing there is it stays on the lead lap. Let's get the binoculars on it as it goes down the pit lane. Right, it's fine at pit lane speed, but what's it going to be like round the high banking? One of the undoubted favourites for this race and for this championship season, the car-bound BMW, from pole position with a totally bizarre incident that saw the boot lid, the trunk lid, come away at the leading edge at the hinge end and then flip backwards. Now that BMW, the boot lid goes all the way down to the top of the rear bumper, and that is that's a big piece of car, to be quite honest, to be moving around. He's just stayed on the lead lap. It looks like it's holding on at the moment, but I can't see that piece of tape in the middle will hold that. He's just on the lead lap. Welcome to the broadcast, Peter Mackay. Well, put that one down. Did you have that on your bingo card?
No.
Boot lid of the pole sit that pops up on the high banking?
No, I did not. That I did not expect. And what a heartbreak for the, well, temporary heartbreak, shall we say, for the 39 squad with their BMW. Of course, the pole sitter, Sean McAllister. The great thing is, it happened right at the beginning. They could make a fix and get out and stay on the lead lap. That car is a rocket. They will be able to stay on the lead lap, I believe, wait for a caution to come in, and then they'll be able to filter the way up to the front. Do not write that car off. It's not done.
Battle for the lead going down into turn number 6 with Owen Trinkler holding off Jack Hawkes within the silver and black Toyota Supra GR. This is the Las Vegas Raiders coloured car. The Supra has already got a victory in the championship last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen cars in this race come back from 2 laps down to win. So absolutely, to Peter's point, I mean, we know the car is fast. It qualified on pole position, and Jeff Westphal, the former series champion, he's super fast as well. So yeah, don't write that car out. It might be 3/4 of a lap down. It's the Sean McAllister now turning into turn 1. The leaders about to come off turn 4. Here they come now, heading towards the tri-oval now. So it's sort of 20 seconds or more of a lead that the...
Here's a pass for the lead. Jeremy across the line. The Supra goes to the high side and goes through. Owen Trinkler immediately drops in behind down into turn 1. There's already 3 or 4 cars lengths. I'm looking at that rear lid, the rear deck lid on the car-bound BMW. Looks like it is still in position. Meantime, in TCR, it is still the pole sitter. That no, it's not. Oh, it's the Go Racing bright orange number 55. Eddie Go goes through and takes the lead, and he's got some kind of gap there with 4 TCR cars battling in behind. Kuno Whitmer, then it's Santaro, Gottsacker and Ernstone all battling behind. But Eddie Go has gone.
I wonder if Gottsacker's either has got a little bit of an issue, or he got a terrible exit out of the Le Mans chicane, because he dropped a couple of seconds on that lap. A 2:01 for Gottsacker. He's 1.5 seconds slower than all the cars around him there, so no wonder he dropped a few positions. And
he's dropped out to 4th now.
He got passed at the Le Mans chicane by the Go car, and that just compromised his entry by the looks of things for Gottsacker. This is,
okay.
And oh, Eddie Go with a big send on the into the Le Mans chicane, big moment, and then Gottsacker had to get out the throttle. That's where the lap time went.
And he's now dropped down to 4th position, as I say, because up into 2nd position now is the Honda, and that is the Honda Civic of the Montreal Motorsport Group. We're back up to 2nd, I think. Victor Gonzalez Racing Team as well. The number 80 is right there. We've got Saka down in 4th position, side by side. Honda and Hyundai.
They very nearly touched there.
Very nearly touched. But the side drafting doesn't necessarily speed you up, but it slows down the car that's alongside you, so it has the effect of giving you a little bit of advantage. Drafting and side drafting on the high banks at Daytona with street-based cars. Hang on a minute. Are we a few weeks early?
Well, guess who's just set the fastest lap of the race? He's in last place right now, but he was on pole. Sean McAllister, car number 39 for Carban. Watch out for that car coming through the field. He's 0.7 of a second quicker than the leader, Jack Hawksworth, last time by. This is going to be some story. Following it the whole way. Yeah.
The other big story, as we mentioned, is the number 17. That car barely turned a lap in practice and didn't turn a lap at all in qualifying with an electrical problem. How close did those two guys get for a second? I think there might have been a little rub there. Left front to right front, Michelin tyre. Chris Miller already up to 9th position and only 5 seconds off the leader. Now, Jeremy, you briefly mentioned it in our countdown to green, but that is an incredible story already for JDC Miller Motorsports and their number 17 Audi. I mean, this is old school we're talking here.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, yeah, the car just refused to start yesterday. So they tried to source. Going
to get a yellow, I think. This is the 94 that's gone around BMW, and that is Ken Goldberg in the ACP by Random Vandel's team. He was sitting in about 10th, 11th position,
12th
I think.
position.
12th position. 12th position, yeah. Thanks, Jeremy. He's got it going again, so he's made a liar out of me. And we've got, oh my goodness, this is the leader in the TCR category. Smoke pouring out of the front of the Audi. The team go-kart. My goodness, the bright orange 55. That car was streaking away, but that looks pretty terminal to me. Unless it's a tyre rubbing now, it's not. He's pulled onto the infield. He's looking for a way. Well, that's very, very sensible and considerate driving, Peter Mackay. But what has gone on there? Smoke from the front of the car. It's not a tyre. It's coming out from underneath the engine compartment. He'd streaked away. He was on his own, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's gone. And a super bit of avoidance by the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team car.
That's heartbreak for Team Go. They've showed some great pace all week. The bonnet's up now, and they're looking at the safety team are just checking that there's no fire to worry about there. Oh, just a little bit of white smoke coming out the top side of the engine bay. Oh, that's just heartbroken. It's father and son team. Son Eddie was driving there, and he was on the. He really was on it. Now, the number 33 Hyundai that was trailing behind has got the wiper on, so there's obviously been some fluid come out the back of that Team Go Audi, and not the Le Mans winning Team Go Audi, it must be said. It's a different Team Go.
Well, clearly that car threw a whole load of rubbish out, but I'm also hearing from our BDO pit reporter, Shea Adam, of another car that sounds a bit sick when it comes by. Shea, what do you got?
That would be the number 50 Toyota. Racing 10 Alzheimer's is on the side of this car with former series champion Nick Galante as one of the 3 drivers behind the wheel this weekend. Every time it goes through the tri-oval, it is gasping for power more and more every lap. It hasn't yet given up, but it sounds like it's on its last legs.
What an extraordinary opening stanza to this race, Jeremy Shaw. Plenty of action, plenty of passes. And here's this number 70 Audi with a right front problem. They've clipped something. Excuse me, the number 70 Hyundai that has clipped the wall as well. That's the Daily Motorsports car, and Jacob is on board their family machine there. The right front tyre did not look to be pointing in the right direction there, in the correct direction, I should say. So meantime, it's Carl Whitmer and Gavin Ernstone who are, well, in fact, Gavin Ernstone's gone to the lead now ahead of Whitmer, and Ernstone leading for Road Shagger Racing out of Las Vegas, and he is pulling away. And behind the wall for another car there, Peter.
Yeah, car number 51 for Hattori Motorsports. That's had to go straight behind the wall. Was that the car that Shay was referring to?
Yeah.
The white and purple machine, straight back to the garage.
I'm looking at it in its garage area, right in front of us, and there's no urgency there, to be honest.
I hate to say it, all week these Michelin Pilot Challenge cars have ran with very, very little issue. They've just gone out there and turned laps, and we get to the race and things start to creep out. What can you say, Jeremy?
Except number 17 car that we were talking about a little while ago before all those problems, and to relate that the issues there. The car ran fine on Wednesday in the afternoon practice. Thursday morning it just wouldn't fire. They spent the whole day changing everything electrical on that car, couldn't get it to fire. Finally they found and there's no other ECUs in the country, they finally found a car that had been crashed in Mexico City, and it was sitting in a storage unit, and the Patriot Engineering, which is the Audi importer, Audi has basically nothing to do with the TCRs these days, but Patriot Engineering located this car in Mexico. They found the owner, who went to his lockup unit last night. This morning he got up at 4 o'clock, caught a flight to Orlando. Mikey Taylor, who will be driving this car with Chris Miller, will do the closing stint on the race, drove to Orlando, picked up the ECU and the control module for the electrical systems on the car, brought it back here. He arrived literally about 40 minutes before the start. They put it in the car, not knowing whether it was going to fire up again, and here he is working his way through the field. Amazing.
To 5th position, Jeremy. 5th position, and another car going slow down on the infield. This is coming into the pit lane
70 Hyundai
for the 7-0 multicoloured Hyundai, and another one bites the dust from TCR.
It's rather sad, isn't it, to see all these mechanical problems.
That's the daily car that we were talking about earlier on. Now, is he going? No, he stayed out, so he's
trying to fix it in the pits.
Shea Adam is right there. We thought we saw some damage to the right front of that car, Shea.
And indeed, it was a tire-related issue, and that there is no tire left on the rim. So they're going to pull the right front off, put a new one on. It has done some bodywork damage to the area right behind the headlight, actually, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect here at Daytona. Yeah, that's a very hollow thud of an empty rim being placed on the ground.
A very expensive hollow thud back here. I love the sound effects. And it hasn't moved off. Yes, it has. It's moving off now. Thank you, Shea. On the spot with our BDO pit lane report. BDO giving us the pit lane news right the way through this Michelin Pilot season for 2024.
Whatever ECU they've put in this number 17 JDC Audi, it's done the trick. It's going like the train at the moment.
It's apparently it was last used in an Audi R8 at the moment. And it's only having to run half the cylinders, so it's not working very hard at all. I am jesting there, but this is a great story for the JDC Miller.
He's about to pass the pole sitter, number 33, Harry Gottsacker, right in the draft at the moment. Meanwhile, in GS, the two Turner BMWs are on the move. 96 with the yellow hood leading the 95 with the white hood. Remember how strong BMW were in practice across various teams, but they're going to have to go some. They might actually even have to work on some tandem drafting together, like we saw in the iRacing Daytona 24, if they're going to catch number 50, Jack Hawksworth, in P1.
So they are, what, 3rd and 4th at the moment?
Correct.
Yes,
yep.
They are. Owen Trinkler is about a second up the road from them, and Jack Hawksworth just about 3.5 tenths ahead of that. That silver and black machine pulling away. It is a classic looking GT car, long snout with an engine underneath there, and squint a little bit that you could go back to the 1950s or 60s with that car.
Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? It really does look sharp, that car. And Jack Hawksworth, of course, driving like Jack Hawksworth does. as if somebody set fire to him. But those two Turner Motorsport BMWs, they're lurking, aren't they, in third and fourth. I think they're just biding their time at the moment. We know how quick the BMWs have been. We've seen it all week long. We saw it last weekend also in the first round of the VP Racing Fuels Challenge as well. So I think the two BMW drivers there in third and fourth. Francis Steldorf making his debut, of course, in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Dylan McIvern right behind him making his comeback to the series, a former series champion. They know their job with this being a 4-hour race to keep that car in contention and hand it over to their respective co-drivers. The number 96 car is Robbie Foley. The other car is Robin McGuinness, and then they can put the hammer down when it really matters.
In the TCR category, the whining straight cut gears and engine that you can hear is that of the 33 Hyundai. Harry Gottsacker in fifth position. Chris Miller is just ahead of him. Gottsacker got a windscreen full of Audi oil, I think, from the Gore Audi number 55, starting some lappery now from the leaders in the race as well, as they begin to come through the battles in the field. And in fact, that is...
It's the 94 GS car running
Correct.
a bit further down.
So they've already been passed by the GS leaders. Remember, two different classes of car on the circuit at the same time, but they're both having their own races. In TCR, Dr. Will Talley, who was super quick earlier on in the week in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce, the black and gold car, up to 6th position.
I spoke to him this morning. He's loving driving this car. He drove last year with the LA Honda World Team. He's won this race before with Mikey Taylor in the Audi. So he knows how to get the job done, Dr. Will, and he loves the Alfa. He says, the car feels really good to drive, but it's real strength. He says he's putting the power down coming out of the corners. The end of the straights, they're all about the same, but the car puts the power down well. He feels that their tyre degradation is not high. He feels he's in really good shape. And Tim Lewis Jr. Is a fast co-driver to have as well. So lots of experience in this car. That Alfa is very much in the thick of things.
Yeah, it's Ken Goldberg for the Team ACP by Random Vandal BMW that's cutting his way through the TCR battles at the moment. Sean McAllister still circulating after that rear deck issue in the early laps. About a minute and a half down on Jack Hawksworth, the leader. So he must be off the lead lap now then. Not quite.
Lead lap. No, he's still on the lead lap.
Oh yes, you're correct. Because Ken Goldberg was coming back through as well. So
yeah, and his last time around for Sean McAllister was a 155.9. The race leader was a 156.2, so 0.3 of a second quicker. He's not going to catch him on the road yet. He probably needs a full course caution and/or pit stops and everything else. Here's a challenge for the lead again.
This happened a moment or two ago on the high banking. That was the pass that took Jack Hawksworth to the lead. Bit of drama early on. The Team Go Audi getting through into the lead, but moments later seemed like just the next lap or so, a somewhat dramatic conflagration. And I would suggest that our safety team were looking at bits of the inside of an Audi 2-litre 4-cylinder engine that really they shouldn't have been able to see. Just suggesting that, obviously. Battle for the lead is now 4 cars strong. Toyota GR Supra, Aston Martin, and then the 2 Turner BMWs.
The 2 BMWs are absolutely flying. In Sector 3, which is basically timed just before the Le Mans chicane and then all the way around the banking to the start-finish line. And the Turner cars are consistently half a second quicker there than the leader in that sector alone. So that shows you how much of a straight line speed they've got. So I think Jeremy's spot on. They're maybe just biding their time there right now. And they could be just doing a bit of fuel saving, possibly trying to bring themselves into a good strategical position, managing tyre. Who knows? But they've definitely got the pace to make a run. And if this comes down to a last lap fight, well, having that straight line speed up your sleeve is a very handy weapon to have.
Hello to Lanky Turtle, who's on the ground. grounds, listening on 107.9 FM, WWDIS. Thanks for the kind words, and as ever, some fantastic video footage from the Turtle. Hello to Trevor Williams, watching and listening in as well. All Matrix as well, tuned in.
No.
Oh my goodness, he says he's missed it. Now this is disaster again for the Carbon BMW right front tyres, and there's a broken steering arm for Sean McAllister. It's started badly, it's got worse. That is horrible. Right on the far side of the circuit, has he clipped the wall?
Full course yellow.
Pits are closed. Full course yellow with still not even half an hour on the track.
Go a bit slower, I
25
think.
minutes. There's debris on the circuit as well, and I'm not sure whether that was his, but my goodness, what a horrible start to the 2024 Michelin Pilot Challenge season for the Paul sitting car.
Talk about hero to zero. It's just how the fortunes of motorsport can change so quickly. Poor old Sean McAllister, after putting it on pole yesterday, he was the one who was in the car for qualifying, got the honour of starting the race, and got to try and limp the car back. I think he is going a little bit too quickly, could cause a bit more damage. If you can limp it back to the pits, you never know what could be done, but there's a lot of damage around the bodywork. Now, I don't know if it was an issue with the tyre maybe that's then caused the bodywork, or has it been an impact that's then caused the damage? That we don't know.
Still 14 minutes to go before minimum drive time has been achieved. At IMSA Radio, by the way, whether you're here on the grounds or further afield, it is 7:15 back in the UK on a Friday evening. I suspect one or two of you are settling in after a hard week at work and tuning in for the next 4 hours. If you couldn't nick the television on a Friday night, maybe watching on your laptop, thank you very much for spending some time. Another hour later, of course, in Central Europe. Nick Damon, let's pick up some news from the pit lane and this BTO pit lane report.
Well, there is a problem, and it's not necessarily related to the wheel. Some of the fluid that should be inside the car, the 39 BMW Carbon car, is coming out. They've managed to hold the radiator. I think they've had a weird sort of tyre issue. It's kind of delaminating, and you can see the cords. And in flapping around, I think it's because we know they've broken the steering arm, it smacked the tyre into the front of the wheel well, and of course it's achieved a steering angle not acceptably normal for the car, and that's actually managed to wear a hole in the radiator. So the radiator is now leaking water. They've got a broken steering arm, I think. Yeah, definitely, and some other issues. So there's coolant everywhere. Yeah, and that is, and the indication was this thing needs to go back behind the wall, because they've had, well, realistically, they've got to fix the steering arm, but also got to find a way of fixing the radiator. Now, whether they can actually seal it, which is unlikely, they'll have to replace it. That, to me, is a very, very long job for a 4-hour race.
So, apart from the hold radiator, the steering arm, the naked tyre, and possible other damage, it's absolutely perfect, Nick.
Yeah, and on Facebook Marketplace tomorrow.
Yeah, with a picture taken from the left-hand side.
Absolutely, it looks lovely on the left.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Well, you know, excellent qualified on pole positions.
Yeah,
so,
brilliant run by Sean McAllister. I mean, you know, he's he moved himself up from the Porsche GT3 Cup Series, and last year it was a bit of a struggle for him last year. Started off with the Porsche, then switched to the BMW towards the end of the season.
He was 8/10 quicker than anybody else, wasn't he, in that session, in that qualifying?
Yes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he was
nailed that qualifying.
And
I
we
saw it
don't
this
get
morning.
that. 8/10 is normally the top 10.
Yeah.
We have opened the pits. Here comes the GS cars, the leaders. Nick Damon is watching that end of pit lane as Owen Trinkler pulls in from second place.
Service on the Toyota, the number 50, the car. That's actually a driver change as well. So Jax Holsworth getting out and Tyler Maxson getting in. Everyone has come in. So basically, if I just read off every single car number of the GS cars, it's GS first and TCR second. But the key thing is full service with 50.
A lot of cars coming in down this end too. It is fuel only for everybody. We have the Stoner car here, Aston Martin into the pit box. Fuel for them, fuel for the Windward Racing GT4 car that took 2 wins last year. Bryce Ward staying behind the wheel. Van der Stur Racing, Aston Martin is also in, as is JMF with their Mercedes-Benz. We have both of the Turner BMWs in for splashes of fuel, but beating them out is TGM.
4 cars from the GS class did not come in. Interesting on lead of the 50 car. When I said full service, I mean full service. It had 4 whole new, brand new tyres, which of course with the 5 nut studs take a while to go. TGM I think took the lead. There's the 64 actually. TGM Aston Martin is getting a huge slug of fuel, which he manages to leak unpleasantly a few millilitres over the floor, but that's it now, all going away. But yeah, so we're going to have a bit of a shake-up as tactics have started to play out already.
BDO pit lane team right on the money again. So by my workings out, Jeremy, it'll be Michael McCarthy and the number 91 Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche that leads from Stephen Cameron Racing's Sean Quinlan, 91 from 43. Then another Porsche, BGP Motorsport's Tom Collingwood, and Frank Depew from Rebel Rock Racing stayed out in the new Aston Martin number 71 car. Now, there was no point in bringing him in to change because it was too early, so they'll keep the track position here and hope that Frank can carry on through this stint and either get another yellow flag or get Robin Liddell into that car at some stage closer once Frank's done his drive time in about 10 minutes time.
The thing, he's just going to do his minimum drive time and then get out of the car, and first of all Andrew Davis and then Robin Liddell will do the rest of the race, but they elected not to come in. I mean, a similar strategy generally speaking, in terms they have 3 drivers, one of whom isn't as quick as the other 2, is number 64 car Ted Giovannis, but Joe Vardy, who's the team manager there and a fantastic driver in his own right from a year or 3 ago, he did elect to bring that car into the pit lane, so Ted Giovannis will stay at the wheel of it. They've just topped it up with fuel, so when they come in to make the driver change, and it'll be Chris Wilson who does the middle stint in the car number 64, they will just do that driver change. Chris will hop in, and the fueling will be all, less fuel will be required for that car perhaps than the number 71 car for that when they come in for their driver change. So different strategies, that's what this series is all about. So for you, those of you new to the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the TCR cars now will be making their pit stops. The first lap of the when the pits are clear is GS cars come in, following lap is TCR.
And here they come in now. Shea Adam will wait for Gavin Ernstone to go to her end of the pit lane. Nick Damon is with a horde of Hyundais.
Oh, what is that the collective noun? Is it the horde of Hyundais? I'm actually most closest actually to the 89 Hart Honda, and the one that the 98 Hyundai next to me. All of them seem to be taking front tyres, unsurprisingly, because the front tyres do all the work. The rear tyres just keep the exhaust off the ground. And big churns of fuel from some teams. Other teams have got pressurised nozzles, but I haven't seen any driver changes so far at my end.
Fuel and front tires for the number 61 Gavin Ernstone, staying aboard the Roadshagger Racing Audi that has taken victory twice here in the last 4 years. It's fuel only for Rockwell Autosport Development, just 1 pit box ahead of them, but that should not block them as they wait for the fuel tank to be full. They're doing a windshield tear off, and now out goes Gavin. Nope, Gavin's clear by a mile.
Not even close, actually. Gavin Ernstone out and away, has gone out on the wrong side of the track. Have they closed the pit exit? There's 2 cars at least that have gone straight onto the racetrack and not through the pit exit line. Oh my goodness me.
I think they corrected themselves just in time.
No, I don't think they did. There was 2 cars that went directly round the outside, unless they dragged back over the grass.
I think they did.
Wow.
Oh dear. Now, I didn't see the number 80 TCR machine there. The Hyundai of the Victor Gonzalez racing car did not take any tyres at all, whereas everybody else did.
So it was the Gavin Ernstone 61 car and the number 5 Alpha that did not go out through the pit lane. The Alpha started to and then decided not to. I wonder if they were thrown out by the double yellows on the pit exit, and they have cut back across. I think they'll get a drive-through for that. Gavin had to come through the grass. The Alpha found almost a bit of hard standing, but that's extraordinary. That's the
that's not paying attention, John.
Well, that's exactly right. That's the console game exit, because is it at Forza? Forza that still has the tyre barrier there?
iRacing, you would get a penalty for that. 40 seconds. Yeah. Very punishing.
I think it'll be a penalty here too. And there are 2 TCR cars, by the way, that did not pit. That would be the number 93. Actually, the 2 Montreal Motorsport entries, 93 and 6.
And the reason that they've got to go round is A, that's where the pit exit is, and B, you've got to go out of the RFID readers at the end of pit lane so that Michelin and IMSA know which tyres you've taken. Long gone are the days when you paint a little bit of, car 5, set 3, left front, right front. It's all done electronically now. Let's check back in with our BDO pit lane team, starting with Nick Damon.
Yeah, we had the extended pit stop for the 89, which is the Hart team Honda. That was having one of the ignition coils replaced. They seem to know exactly what the problem was. They ended up with a very long time trying to put a tyre wrap on the steering bonnet pin and then gave up. So they also had issues with the bonnet pins coming loose. But it was the main reason for the hanging about was that ignition coil they've changed.
Nothing worse than initial ignition coils going, well, I suppose blowing the engine up. We've had then everybody through the lane who wanted to come through the lane. Still the work is going on the pit lane with the erstwhile pole sitter and leader of the race, the 39 Carbon BMW, and they're still working on the car on the lead. Now, all of these teams who have been down the pit lane need to remember time in the pit lane does not count for drive time. So the 4 cars that stayed out, Michael McCarthy, Kelly Moss with Riley in the 718 GT4 RS Club Sport, Sean Quinlan in the number 43 Stephen Cameron Racing BMW M4 GT4, that's the newer shape car, G82, and there's also BGB, Thomas Collingwood and Frank Depew. They are still counting. They haven't been in the pit line. Let's quickly, before we come back to green with the lights out on the safety car, go to Nick Damon for this BDO pit lane report with the man who had been leading the race, Jack Hawksworth.
Jack, that was a pretty good first couple of laps.
Yeah, it was a fun first stint. Car was working well. We had a really good infield. Traction was good. So as the tyres started to wear, the Supra was had a bit of an advantage off the corners accelerating, but the guys behind were super quick on the straight. So it's going to be a little bit tough raceability, but we're in the mix, and yeah, a bit of a panic there. I think we didn't know the pits were open, and then they were open, and so we dived in last minute, and I managed to save it. So we're all right, but. Yeah, we'll just keep chipping away. Hattori guys have done a brilliant job all weekend, and Tyler's out there now, and he's been on fire ever since he jumped in the car. So I'm interested to kind of watch him race now and see what we can do. But first race for the team, and looking forward to seeing how we come out.
You mentioned you were good off the corners. How did you feel you were in the straights? Was it just a case that you were the leaders, so they were enjoying your toe, or you got a straight line disadvantage? You did see the BMWs were very quick.
I mean, the second those things rolled out for the weekend, it was like they had such a big straight line speed advantage. With the Aston, he was a bit faster than me on the straight, but when I had his toe, I could go by him, and then obviously when he had my toe, he was a bit more than we were. So I'd say we're good on the. Yeah, we're not fast enough on the straight right now, but in the infield we're all right, and tyre deck seems good. So a long way to go. We're going to keep his nose clean and get a solid result here.
Thank you, Jack. The pace car's in the lane, which means we're about to go green.
Nick Damon, absolutely spot on timing. Jack Hawksworth doing Jack Hawksworth's things. We're back to green. 3 hours and 21 minutes to go across the line. Then Michael McCarthy leads for Kelly Moss with Riley in the Porsche, and the TCR restart is 3 wide across the line as they're coming through some of the midfield and back of the field runners of GS, but at the front of the field, McCarthy from Queensland, from Collingwood, Frank Depew, Owen Trinkler of course, did stop. He's the first of the cars that did stop, but did not, we believe, take tyres and off. Behind them for the Victor Gonzalez Racing, the VTSR Racing Aston Martin. There was another Aston involved there, Peter, as well. That was the 19 car and the number 88 that got together going into the hairpin. That's Dominic Starkweather and Todd Coleman, Van der Ster and Archangel Aston. So Aston on Aston. Meantime, coming to the line, well, that was a really odd start for the TCRs, and Kyle Whitmer jumped away. But that seems to, I mean, it was green. It's not a split start there, and we're hearing as well now from race control.
Oh, problem
this
for
is
the
the number
Alpha.
7. Oh, the 5 Alpha is off.
Ooh.
That's gone behind the wall as well in the hands of Will Talley.
So is the 77 Hyundais. Have they come
Correct.
together, I wonder?
Well, the Hyundai, it was the one that I saw off the circuit first of all, and that was a big slide by Will Talley. I think he got tagged by someone else, pushed sideways, and then he picked up the aforementioned Hyundai. So this has been a bit untidy, let's be quite clear about this. That was Tyler Hagler, of course.
Another puncture, well, another issue there for the 23 Toyota Supra GR. Just goes straight on at the kink, and I think something damaged on the front right of that car. Looks like the tire's just going down a little bit.
Yeah, that was Bubba Wallace, wasn't it? Who
Yes,
started
that's right, yeah.
that car.
Yep.
Doing a bit of grass tracking. Now, those cars that stayed out have met their minimum drive time. So we've got some of them coming into the pit lane, Shay Adam.
I've got Tom Collingwood in for the number 69. This is the BGB Motorsport, handing over to Jerome Bleakmullen, saving Spencer Pumpelly for the end of the race in that Porsche. The Stephen Cameron Racing BMW is also in. That's the number 43, Greg Leafouche, taking over for Sean Quinlan. And Frank Depew, having met the minimum drive time, second in the championship last year, has done his effort to try and get a win here at Daytona, looking for his first win at this speedway, despite the fact that he has wins about 7 other tracks on the schedule. He's handing over to Andrew Davis.
Meantime, the TCR number 77 involved in that incident, Taylor Hagler, she is limping the Brian Herder Autosport Hyundai back to the pit lane just through the Le Mans chicane at the moment, but it looked like the number 5 had gone behind the wall. Bubba Wallace is in the pit lane, and after that issue and the grass tracking, Shea Adam.
It was a right front tire issue for this car, and they are doing right sides on it. They have stickers on them, so they are brand new tires, as well as doing a driver change. And I need to walk around the car. Can't quite see who got into it, but they did do the driver change, so Bubba's out.
It's John Hunter Nemechek who got into the car, Shay. That gold and black Mobile One supported Smooth Racing, and he's dropped the clutch and it's stalled. John Hunter Nemechek restarting the Supra engine and get going. Here come the leaders. He's going to go a lap down. Here they come as they come through, and Owen Trinkler has caught and passed Michael McCarthy. McCarthy did not stop, Owen Trinkler did. And in third place, the Turner Motorsport BMW of Dylan McAvern has just put in the fastest lap of the race, ahead of Bryce Ward for Windward Racing in fourth position, having the time of his life last season. What a run he is having as the rest of the cars start coming into the pit lane that didn't stop first time around. The two Astons just getting tangled up with each other 2 laps ago at the right-hander at the International Horseshoe. Nick Damon has got pit callers down his end. That's one of the TGM cars, Nick.
Yeah, we got the 64 TGM car out, got Ted Giovanni's. I think Hugh Plum got in full service this time around, and very exciting. The there's a very long thread on those nuts for the five studs, which is quite interesting. We've also got the 77, which is the damaged Hyundai from that incident with the Alfa Romeo. As saying how nice the nuts are, I just had a nut flicked at my leg by the rear wheel of the Aston Martin. It drove over them, so I've now gone off them again. But they are now both away. Didn't seem to be any particular service instance for that 77, so it must have been a tyre problem only.
The response from the Alpha team, they don't know the sequence in which it happened, but it resulted in contact, and ultimately they are out. There's suspension damage that they can't fix.
Very short start to a short amount of time rather out on the track for a 4-hour race. Turner BMW on the high side, battling for position as they come onto the tri-oval. It looks like a decent gap to Owen Trinkler, and hearing as well from Aaron, who's got eyes everywhere. Todd Coleman and Archangel Motorsports. Aston has lost a wheel and tyre. Vantage, so that car will be heading back to the pit lane. Left front, actually, the wheel is still on, but the tyre is definitely off. That's been side to side, I think, with bits of the Michelin tyre making their bid for freedom, but to the inside of the circuit. Thank goodness. Shea Adam with news of a penalty.
Rebel Rock Racing just did a drive-through penalty. Do you have anything on the screen as to what that was for?
Stand by, caller.
Wheel rotation while elevated.
No.
Yeah, that was Andrew Davis who took over that car from Frank Depew with plenty of experience with that team. Right, let's take a breath for a moment, because every time I try and look at the screen and do a rundown here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, something happens. Team TGM by 4 seconds. Owen Trinkler has pitted but did not take tyres, just topped off the fuel on the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Michael McCarthy, who has not pitted, stayed aboard the 718 Kelly Moss with Riley number 91 car. That scraping sounds horrible from that Aston Martin on the left front wheel. Dylan McAvern for Turner Motorsport, sitting in third position at the moment for Turner Motorsport. That's your top three there. And TCR, Gottsaka back to the head of the field for Hyundai in the number 33. Gavin Ernstone just in behind in second. And in third place, LP Monto for the Montreal Motorsport group. Gavin Ernstone has just done the fastest TCR lap of the race. There we are. I feel like we've sort of settled down for a moment, and as soon as I say that, of course, it'll all kick off again. And another puncture. Nick Damon with his PDO pit report.
It's the 94, the BMW, the Borchella Gatesby Jones Ken Goldberg machine. It's been pushed back slowly. It's coming with absolutely nothing on the rim at all, like a tiny sliver of rubber on that rear right. And I just see the 88 Aston going past me, which is missing the front left, but that's a problem for Shea to sort out. I think when you actually finally rolled to a halt, you rolled too far away from the pit wall, and they've had to kind of very difficult to actually manoeuvre the car back again with even three wheels. They're now doing a full service, and they're going to get a fuel as well.
Todd Coleman actually with a broken rim as well. No rubber left on this left front tire at all. They are checking to make sure that there is no suspension damage. But while they are checking, there is a driver change going on. And Todd Coleman is handing over to Aaron Tielitz, who is a factory Lexus driver. He's actually taking up the reins behind a different wheel of a car. But he has been a long-time coach for Todd. They've driven together in another championship. Car drops off the air jacks. The service having been completed. There we go. The door wasn't quite shut that time. Aaron's still making sure he's belted in, making sure that everything is good. Out goes the RS1 Porsche, which came in for a driver change, and now it's up to Aaron to try and regain that lost track position for Archangel.
And just out of your eye line there, Shea, on the rear right, on that Aston, the wheels were rotating on the jack, so I think they'll cop a penalty as well.
Oh dear.
Because we get pretty much the same view that race control do out the window. So
that incident involving the 1988 car that we saw earlier on, that's been reviewed. No further action so far, but the pit lane infringements, I'm sure, will pull in some penalties. Brightly coloured number 44 is one of the Porsches, Moise Aretsky for Baby Bull Racing in the 718. And that car at the moment fighting off the number 50 Toyota Supra GR. Coming back through the traffic after a slightly tardy pit stop. Trinkler's lead pushed back to, cut down to a second and a half to Dylan McAvern. It was just over 4 seconds.
Yeah, and each of the last 3 laps, so in Trinkler in that leading car number 46 for Team TGM has set his best lap of the race. Last time around was a 1:55.41. But Dylan McAvern, as you say, John Hindhoff, is closing that gap little by little, 3 or 4 tenths of a second per lap in that number 95 BMW, and pulling away pretty substantially from the 3rd place car, Michael McCarthy, doing a nice job in that number 91 car for the Kelly Moss with Riley team. The Porsches have been pretty hamstrung this year compared to last year. They've got 30 kilograms heavier, about 65 pounds or more. They've got a smaller restrictor, so get less power as well. So they're struggling a little bit, the Porsches, but a good job for Michael McCarthy in 3rd place in car number 91.
Penalties coming, Aaron Teelitz for Archangel Motorsport, the 88, and Catesby Jones just going out as well for Team ACP for random vandals, are both 4 clicks over the pit lane speed violation. They'll get a drive-through, and that's not the only it's not the only penalty for the number 88 Archangel Motorsports Aston. More penalties than the European Cup final here. Wheel rotation while elevated, drive-through. Multiple track limits, drive-through. So I reckon that's 3 drive-throughs for the 88.
Hey, look, if you're going to get it wrong big time.
3 drive-throughs means he can get coffee and burgers for the whole team. Still doesn't, just goes through the drive-through that many times. Coming down towards 3 hours and 9 minutes, and Owen Trinkler just inches out to 2.1 seconds over Dylan McAvern, and it's McCarthy Seldorf in 3rd and 4th position. The Turner Motorsport BMW trying to hove in. He's right there, just behind the 3rd place Porsche. That's the close battle on the track at the moment. And in the number 57, Bryce Ward, Winward Racing, he is sitting in 10th position at the moment.
And one of the guys in that little battle, big battle there actually, he's just got ahead of Bryce Ward. He's car number 34. That's 19-year-old Jesse Webb from the BC area in Canada. He lives pretty close to where the old Westwood track used to be, if you go back to the 70s. And so, yeah, okay, right. But yeah, Jesse Webb in that brand new car and team to the Michelin Pilot Challenge this season, JMF Motorsports, run by John Farrow, who's a Canadian retired businessman who has a passion for motor racing and for developing drivers who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunities. Jesse Webb, what he'd done before last year was some a Nissan Sentra racing in Canada and some short track stuff in a stock car. But to tell you what, the kid is a talent, and he was running before the caution period in the 8th position in car number 34. He fell in the pit stops to 13th, but now already he's worked his way back into the top 10, running 8th last time around. That's number 34, Jesse Webb. Keep an eye on that young man.
The Victor Gonzalez Racing Team Honda Civic FK7 in the TCR category is now behind the wall for Colton Reynolds. He took it behind the wall. Aaron Teelitz just gone back out for that Archangel car, but he'll be coming back down the pit lane. In fact, as I mentioned that, here is the green car. First of 3 drive-throughs. So that'll be... now this is his 2nd one. He's already been through the McDonald's drive-through. This is the Wendy's, and it'll be Denny's later.
The Hart Honda team still working underneath the hood of that car in the pits at the moment. So they had changed the coil pack on it in the first pit stop.
This is the red, white and black Honda run by the employees in the family. And Nick Damon is with that car now.
Yeah, I think they're changing the rest of the coil packs now. They've decided to, they've obviously got a misfire, and they're looking at also some of the other electrical elements at the top of the engine. So you want to make sure they're getting the correct spark at the correct time. and these coil packs being replaced, which I think if you go into your local Honda dealer, about £180 or $225 each. So not the work of a moment as far as signing the check's concerned.
Have you just looked that up on the pit lane?
No, I remember how much I had to replace one recently, and I just a couple of years ago, and they were quite a lot of money. They're a surprisingly large amount of money, but yeah, I'm sure obviously you get them from Euro or USA car spares, it would be better.
Into the pit lane for what has been a pretty bitty race so far for the number 94.
That's a drive-through.
That was one of the drive-throughs. Too many crew over the wall for that one, and therefore back into the pit lane for Catesby Jones, the ACP by Random Vandals BMW. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to speak to us, Gottsacker and Ernstone are back at it again. Gavin Ernstone goes to the high side in the dark coloured Audi with the light roof. It's the eggshell blue N liveried 33 that he drags by fairly easily there as he was coming to the line. That being the last lap pass, that was made quite easily. I suspect if it had been the last lap, Gottsacker might have moved up just a little bit to block Gav's path through there. But there's life in the Audis yet.
I don't think the
Audis are fast, right?
That's a really fast. That, of course, that's the Generation 2 Audi, the latest generation RS3 LMS TCR for that 61 team there in TCR. Really, yeah, I don't think even the draft was even necessary there. Just set it up there, that Roadshagger Audi, and it just galloped on past the Hyundai Elantra there of Harry Gottsacker. Remember, Harry put the car on pole with a blinding time, broke the lap record, or the qualifying record, excuse me, and well, it seems that in race trim the Hyundai on the straights is just giving away too much time, and Gottsacker's struggling to fight really.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a common occurrence here, particularly at Daytona. It's the track on which the Hyundais have yet to win.
Correct.
Won everywhere else and won all the championships in recent memory, or the majority of them anyhow. Well, yeah, they won the last 4 in a row, I think. But yeah, here's not their best track, but look, it's a long race. Yeah, we're only
an hour in.
Yeah, exactly. Just 55 minutes into this race. There's still plenty long way to go, and you know, at this stage we've already seen some unreliability, particularly in TCR. So at this stage, just kind of buy you time and keep yourself in contention.
Just noticing that the Kelly Moss with Riley Michael McCarthy car has been out for the whole time. That is the leading car that has not stopped. I think it's the only car in GS that hasn't stopped. The Montreal Motorsport Group Honda with LP Montour behind the wheel, that car hasn't stopped. In fact, Carl Whitmer hasn't stopped either. That car's not been down the pit lane. So the two Montreal Motorsport groups, the group cars have not stopped. Battle at the front of TCR sees Gavin Ernstone just easing away. Owen Trink has been caught again in GS, and now has barely a second of a lead. Here comes Harry Gottsacker down towards the first of the two hairpins, the international hairpin, right-hander, getting grip coming out. Gavin goes nice and wide, uses the exit road, now down towards the kink. He'll flick the car in, trying to use as little lock as possible so he doesn't scrub off any speed. Hard on the brakes for the Western Horseshoe. Came in from the middle of the road there, takes a relatively early apex there, but that gets him on the power. And now heads back out onto the high banks. Right in front of me, the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team red, white, black and grey Hyundai Elantra number 80 is in. That's Nick Damon's end of things.
Yeah, there's a peerage. There's not a member of the Lords, but someone's peering into the engine bay. But it looks like the problem actually is on the left-hand side. They're checking the tyres. I think they've got a pressure problem. I think the driver report doesn't feel right, and they're having a look at the steering links and the wishbones. They're also just making that first check, make sure it's not a tyre going down, make sure the tyre pressure issues. Car's been stationary now for a good 30 or 45 seconds. Now they're looking underneath so they can find. It appears to be a bit of a vain search at the moment, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Well, John, I know that Victoria Thomas and Bill Riley are both big fans of yours, and clearly they were tuned into IMSA Radio because they realized, oh yeah, our car has been out the whole time. Maybe we should bring it in, and in it is. The Porsche getting full service. They are having a little bit of issue getting the fuel nozzle attached. There we go. About 3 seconds lost in the process of trying to actually plug it in, but they will be doing 4 tires and a driver change. Michael McCarthy with that excellent opening stint. He's going to be worth the chat, is handing over to Brady Golan.
Another problem for a Porsche, right rear tyre issue for the Allied machine, number 67. That's Sebastian Carrazzo for Sabok Simpson Motorsport, running in 12th position. At the moment, he is still running, and side-by-side contact maybe for that car. The battle for the lead is heated right up as well, with the one Trinkler now having to defend from Dylan McAvern. McAvern with slightly newer Michelin rubber, as the TCR lead battle goes just by that Porsche. They are on the infield. They're a long way from home. Yes, you're right, Peter. Just coming through the infield section, keeping out of the way. That right rear battle for the lead then on the high banks, coming back towards us in the tri-oval round the outside for the BMW. Dylan McAvern goes through and takes the lead. Would have been taking the victory had the checkered been out.
No problem there, huh?
Yeah, that was impressive, wasn't it, Jeremy? That straight line speed. The Kelly Moss Racing ex-Sean McAllister car now, as he's out of it, is just pulled out. We'll get a word. Excuse me, Mike McCarthy was in that car. We'll get a word with Mike once he's cooled down a little bit. She is at that pit. So McAvern now leads for BMW, Aston Martin second, Seldorf in third for BMW, then Toyota, McLaren, BMW, Ford Mustang, Chad McCumbee, haven't mentioned that car or its number, the number 13 car so far. Jensen Altsman sharing that car. Then 2 Mercedes, Jesse Webb for JMF Motorsports, and Bryce Ward having the time of his life, 57.7 last time around.
Yeah.
Right there with the cars around him.
Yeah, the other guy who's seriously impressive is Paul Sparta in that Random Vandals BMW car number 92, running into 6th position. Look, he's a bronze-rated driver. He's not in the first flush for use, other than his enthusiasm for the sport, which is absolutely fantastic. Paul will be sharing at number 92 BMW with Kenton Cook. He's a young star. He's 29 now, isn't he? But he's a stud, is Kenton. But Paul is really doing an excellent job. I spoke to him yesterday. He was going to be happy. He qualified a magnificent inside the top 10, and he said he'd be happy to hand the car to Kenton in the top 10. He's a lot better than that now, in 6th position. That's kind of a 92.
Not you.
Down here with a BDO pit report for you, an interview with Michael McCarthy. Michael, that was a great opening stint. They left you out there for a long time. No new tires, no more pit stops, but now your job is effectively done for the day, correct?
Yep, I get to sit back and relax and watch my 2 teammates go kick some butt.
How hard was it to hold off all those cars when they all had new Michelins?
It was a challenge, but I enjoyed racing in the series. It's new to me, and I had a great time out there.
Do you feel like you learned enough to go forward into the sprint race at Sebring with a good shot for a win?
I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, after a lot of pushing and shoving, wobbling, dropping up and having a look at the engine going round with and without drive, the number 80, the Hyundai there, has had to go behind the wall. I think that it's got possibly a differential problem. So the Victor Gonzalez Racing Honda, yes, I think if I had to put money on it, and I probably will, I think there's some sort of differential, or perhaps differential outdrive issue rather than the drive shaft itself. So I think it's in the middle of the engine rather than at the wheel end that the problem is.
Hello to Jerry Z, who's here. I've got pictorial evidence, listening in on 107.9. Hello to Gareth in the United Kingdom, listening from Scotland. Good to have you listening in and watching at 10 to 8 on an evening. Paul Kinch is watching and listening as well. Hello, Tiffany Dell, who I know is listening in. Big fan of the MX-5s earlier on today. He'll be watching this as well. Gavin Ernston leading in the TCR category with Harry Gotzacker right in behind in second place. They're going down the short straight, the short chute between the exit of the Western Horseshoe at turn 5 through turn 6 and up on the high banks.
Really interesting, the difference between these two leading cars. The number 61 Audi TCR very much got the straight line speed, but when you get into the infield section, Harry Gotzacker in that Hyundai Elantra N TCR, just fantastic. It gains huge amounts of time on the brake and indeed in the corners, so it's not a complete walkover for that Audi. It is when they get out and onto the straight, of course, but Gotzacker is driving the wheels off that Elantra right now, keeping the pressure on Ernstone, and you never know, a little mistake could creep in. There's nothing more terrifying than a young star behind you looming in the mirrors.
It's Peter Mackay with us in the IMSA radio booth, IMSA Global Broadcast Centre, around the world on RS2, and here at the track on 107.9. Got a little bit of an interest from on the pit wall with a potential little bit of weather coming in. Air temperature 27 Celsius, which is around about 81 Fahrenheit. On the track, it will be 95 Fahrenheit or 35 Celsius. Humidity has dropped back to 65%, but it has been overcast all day today. I noticed there was a little bit of a squall or worse in the Gulf of Mexico on the radar earlier on. Not sure that's going to get to us before the end of this race, and it might be going a little further south anyway. So let's hope, hopefully that will be the case. Peter Mackay looking at a few penalties before we get back to the action on the track.
Car number 6, that's the Montreal Motorsport Honda Civic TCR, Louis-Philippe Montour, had to just serve a drive-through, just served it right there for refueling while the car was raised. So the amount of effectively pit lane execution penalties that are being handed out are vast for this stage in the race.
I've lost count.
So have I.
To be quite honest. Too many team members was, I think, one of them, wasn't it? That was earlier on.
That's been handed to several.
Yeah. And the number 88 has at least 4 runs through the pit lane. Actually, through 88, Aaron Thielitz is back in the pit, so that car hasn't gone out. It's already been in the pit lane 5 times. Oh yes, that's got the broken suspension, so that one won't be moving for a while. Here's a very distinctive car coming in the pit lane, and this is the First Horizon Windward racing car, and Bryce is getting out right in front of Shehan.
Meaning that Daniel is getting in. Daniel Mora, 2017 Rolex 24 winner, a couple of years now, doing double duty, driving tomorrow in the GTB class, also for Windward and their Mercedes. They are changing all 4 Michelins. These are, they look new. Yeah, those are new tires. They don't have any stickers on them, but they definitely have never seen the racetrack before. Driver change is done. Bryce not even needing a tire change assistant to get Daniel in the car. Good show of just how much of a family they are. Fueling is done before the car is off the air jacks. The tires did move, but not a full rotation, so that should not be a penalty for Windward. Good stop for them.
So over the hour mark now, and trying to split this up into sensible chunks of racing. Jeremy Shaw, Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. The 23 of Bubba Wallace back out on the circuit after that off-track incident, and it's John Hunter Nemechek who took over that car. Remember, he stalled it a couple of times before they got it out there, but now it seems to be running cleanly again, Peter.
Well, not quite. At the Le Mans chicane there, the 23 Toyota of Bubba Wallace getting into contact with the number 19 Aston Martin, which has had a pretty bruising day as it is. Bubba is... excuse me, it was Bubba Wallace who started the car, excuse me. Who is in it right now? It's John Hunter Nemechek, yes. So the stock car boys getting their elbows out. which I'm sure is the surprise of nobody.
Corey Hine will be the third driver in that Supra GR GT4 Evo. GR for Gazoo Racing, the overarching brand of Toyota racing now globally, whether it's rallying or racing. Honda have rationalised their global racing to HRC, which is the motorcycle brand actually, and so
Honda Racing Corporation.
yes, exactly. We've seen that on motorbikes for many years. At, Honda Racing Corporation USA is now the performance arm over here in the States. Bit of a change of headed note paper and a few logos, I suppose.
New pens, new
pens.
stationery. Well, Toyota Gazoo Racing reasons to be cheerful certainly right now. They're leading the Monte Carlo Rally right now.
Oh, are they?
Yes, in fact 1-2. So they're Toyota's motor racing exploits, both in the off-road world, but also here in sports car racing. Really the manufacturer to beat in the World Endurance Championship for the last several years.
Change for second place a lap ago now. The two-turner Motorsport BMW is now running in formation at the front of the field. Last time around, the second of that's car number 96, driven at the moment by Francis Seldorf, just cruised past Owen Trinkler coming through the tri-oval, so up in the second position. Now heading toward the kink of the two BMWs with Owen Trinkler hanging on there in third position.
Redden Racing's Jake Pedersen just had a little grassy moment at the Le Mans chicane, gets it back.
That'd been a super
Something
little
wrong with
battle.
the front right there.
Yeah, it looks like it's had contact. There's a little bit of a gap between the panels that doesn't look very Porsche. So I think there's been a bit of bumping and barging. Two-turner BMWs.
By the way, that car, that number 21 car, it's a great story. The livery on that car, we've just got a glimpse of it there. It's on multicolored. It's actually the reproduction of a Gibson SG guitar livery that was used by Eric Clapton in 1964 by Dutch design collective The Fool. And The Fool is sitting on a cloud with heaven above him and flames below. It's a fabulous livery. If you get a chance to look at that car again, it's a really cool story. And the Jake Peterson who's driving that car at the moment, he's a budding musician. He attends in Boston the Berklee College of Music, which is one of the top musical colleges in the country, and he and one of the crew members, actually the son of Lara Tolman, the team owner there at Reardon Racing, they've been jamming away in between the sessions this week. Really cool story. That's
Nice.
car number 21.
I wish I'd known.
Yeah, it's cool.
Brought my Schecter. Had a little goat, not named after Geordie. I just should say that. Those two Turner BMW cars, as Jeremy mentioned, got through the lead a couple of 3 laps ago. They haven't really dropped Owen Trinkler. He's hanging on there. And remember, Owen has not yet changed his tyres. Yes, he came into the pits at the same time as everybody else, but he chose just to take VP Racing fuel and push out again. So he's now got 33 laps on those Michelin tyres. As, if you prefer, he's done, an hour and 10 minutes or a little bit more than that, albeit had the chance to cool them down behind the safety car painter for a little while. I'll keep an eye on that, because he was holding on to those two blue and yellow Turner BMWs. He's just starting to drop away a little bit now, maybe feeling the pinch.
And the pace of the BMW in various teams' hands has been ominous all week, whereas Jack Coxworth, the driver of the number 50 Hattori Toyota, alluded to, he says, as soon as they came out of the truck, and he's spot on there. But and Turner, they really know how to get the best out of any BMW product. More so, car number 96, which runs in second right now, they've got Robbie Foley waiting in the wings too. Issue for the tyre on the rear right of car 44.
This is
Porsche
Rescue, the baby bull racing team. And again, another multicoloured Porsche, and this is a right rear issue. Moisey has stayed low down on the racetrack to stay out of the way. Has there been contact? Who was he
Well,
close to?
he was dicing with number 21 car that went off on the previous lap
Jake
of the
Benson, yeah,
Le Mans
the
chicane.
car. Yes, good point. He was part of that three-car
yeah.
battle, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. There was number 50 car as well was in that thick of the battle. Meanwhile, a change for third position in TCR. Chris Miller in that number 17 car that started at the tail of the field has just moved past Mason Philippi into third place in TCR. And in fact, overall, it's at 17th place, which is a pretty good march.
Of course, we have our Michelin moment of the race. That's a pretty good early contender, I would suggest. Just getting out at all is certainly a contender for me.
If they finish this race, my Michelin moment of the race will be them before the race plugging in the ECU.
Yeah, with about 20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that, you know.
They're just about going onto the grid.
What was the name of the chap who brought the ECU up from Mexico? Did you say? Did you get the name?
Yeah, it is.
Right, but that he might be getting a set of Michelin tyres for his TCR car.
Well, the car's been so fast. I wonder if the
Roberto
handed over the ECU and said, by the way, it's got a pretty tasty map in it. Wait till you get that in, it's going to fly.
Just to have it clocked a little bit. It's fantastic. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant shot. Nick Damon has been watching more cars, well, not on the pit lane in this video pit lane report. Nick going behind the wall again.
Yeah, we talked about the renaming of Honda and Acura's Motorsport division to HRC. Well, currently it's not going particularly well because 3 of their TCR cars have been suffering. Within the space of a minute, both the 8, which has been the other Victor Gonzalez cars, and the 89, the car we've seen have lots of problems. Are they? It's a Honda and Hyundai. I've got my H's round the wrong way. Hyundai and Honda. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The 8's gone behind the wall with problems. The 80, of course, you've already seen had to be fixed on several occasions. And the 89 Honda, which is kind of where I was going before I got distracted by other Far Eastern companies beginning with the letter H, has had to go back and gone behind the wall as well. That's the car which had that was the car that had the problems with the various coil packs. So it's it's come down. It's 2-1. It's 2-1 to Hyundai against Honda in the cars having issues.
Yes, I just had to 88 and the both given an inch.
I'm very old.
I'll give you that. Did you have to put your glasses on to hear that properly? Nick Damon, part of our BT Open Lane team for this Michelin Pilot Challenge race. We're coming down to 2 hours and 44 minutes to go. Pit lane caller. Now, is this something a little more regular for the
Montreal Motorsport?
Montreal, no, it's going behind the wall. Now, that is definitely a Honda, and he's driven straight under the Rolex arch, which... So that's 2 Hondas, 2 Hyundais behind the wall.
That's such a shame. Montreal Motorsport, they've got those FL5, the latest version of the Honda Civic TCR, and that car is built by Jazz in Italy, who have got a huge reputation for building fantastic touring cars.
Designing and building. Yeah.
Designing and building, yes.
They did the NSX as well.
Yes, of course they did, correct. And they've got 2 engineers over from Italy working with the teams to try and get the best. They've done some pretty adventurous things with the setup that's worked performance-wise, but reliability seems to be an issue for them today.
And that car with Lombardi sponsorship, which is an Italian company with the tricolore flashes down the side, really looks very good indeed. The 2 BMWs for Turner continue to lead. There's about a second between them, and as I expected, Owen Trinkler just dropping away a wee bit now, but staying within. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Jeremy. He's been out there since the start of the race, and he's on the tyres with which he started the race, the Michelin tyres as well. He's putting them into a decent position here. Middle stint to come, and a little shuffle, Jeremy, in the driver lineup in TGM this year. Just a moment or two ago, it was the bouncing Supra, number 23 car, which has lost.
Restart.
That was the restart. It was
yeah.
indeed. And that lost the glass from the right-hand door mirror. And Bubba Wallace getting out onto the track. He's out of the car now. John Hunter Nemechek behind the wheel of the Mobile One machine. Hasn't been a great start for that car. Lost the Michelin tyre carcass.
I do wonder if you're so used to running in a category where contact and heavy contact is very much par for the course. Does that take a little bit of time to adjust? Because in the GT cars, you can't quite have that same heavy contact. Now, Bubba Wallace has said himself, he said, I need to get better at road courses. He spoke to Toyota to say, you know, what can we do? And they've got him this opportunity to come here and race Michelin Pilot Challenge. Great idea. But yes, I don't think it'll take quite the same thumps that a Cup car will.
So still just 4 seconds between the top three. And they are continuing to lap very impressively. Best lap times for the top three, 1:55 for the leader, 1:54.9 for the second, 1:55.4 for third, and they're all lapping in the 56.3s, 56.2, 56.8. Fastest lap of the fastest lap overall for the number 43 car, a little bit further down the field for the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW. Leader is in the pits. Let's take a BDO pit lane report.
And
Excuse me, second place car.
And it's going to be a full service for the night. Well, it's supposed to be a full service, it's not, because they're not changing the driver. The 96 car is parked at a very attractive, jaunty angle. Looks like they're starting with the right-hand side. Obviously, it's quite a long process. We say many times with these GT4 cars. It's 5 nuts each. The engineer spins round up. It's a 4-tyre change, and it's fuel, but the same pilot, to give it the French title, is staying on board for 96 Turner Motorsport car.
And that pilot is Francois Zeldorf. It's Francis Zeldorf.
Is there a walrus, a picture of a walrus on the hood of that car, or is that a hippo?
I think it's a hippo, isn't it? Listen, Will Turner is, you know...
I think it's a hippo. Yeah,
I think
you're
it's
right.
a hippo.
Yeah, and there's one on the side flank as well.
Yeah.
I wonder what the story is there. Maybe our BDO pit crew can find out.
Hungry hippo. They're eating up the opposition.
Yes.
At the moment.
Hungry
Back
for success.
into the race then for the number 96, Francis Zeldorf. Comes he does go down the inside. Oh, did we see any penalties applied for the guys who missed the pit lane exit and then drove across the perfectly
they investigated it. It came up on our screen that it was being looked at, but no further action.
Because they got back on and did go through the RFID readers, they kind of gave them a warning.
If I'd been the team manager, I would have been saying, sorry guys, they were distracted by the double yellows and they thought the pit lane exit was closed.
Second and third place car also into the pits.
So this is the first tyre change for TGM. Owen Trinkler coming into the pit lane at the moment. Nick Damon will be watching both of those. Nick?
With the 95, which appears to have no aquatic mammals on the side or the bonnet of the car, but I am getting a bit closer. It's got a kind of a graphical sort of whale, but I think that's part of one of the sponsors, to be honest. Again, that's a full set of wheels and tyres, but no driver. Looking back to the Aston down the way, that also appears to not have a driver change either. So I can see a driver change finally on the 92 car. So I need to check my starting list to find out who that is. That's the green and white BMW of Random Vandals Racing. So Kenton Cock getting in there. He gave me a bit of a wink as I walked past. So Paul Sparta getting out. It's Kenton Cook, is it? One thing about Kenton Cook, he once gave me a setup for a GT4 car around Barcelona and iRacing, so we're good friends. 46 car out of the pit job.
And did it help, Nick?
Well, this is a very long story, Peter, but please, over dinner tonight, I'll tell you the whole story of the Barcelona Creventic race, which you took part in.
Okay.
iRacing,
yes,
of course. I think Owen Trinkler did get out that car. If he didn't,
he did.
He did get out.
And the original plan was to only do 40 minutes, so he's done a lot more than he originally intended to do. He was obviously feeling good enough, having not driven at all since that horrific incident he had here when the car caught fire in December. He was planning to get out at the earliest opportunity, quite frankly, but he knew that would leave a long way to go to the finish for Matt Plum. So he's done much better than he originally bargained for. That was a very, very impressive stint for Owen Trinkler.
He has put himself through the ringer here before,
Yes.
Jeremy. Do you remember when he did almost
Couple of
the
years
whole
ago.
race?
Yeah,
he did all bar the 40 minutes. He did 3 in one go.
That's right, and he was literally, he had to be taken to the hospital
To be rehydrated.
couldn't even get on the podium.
Yeah,
he was
correct.
that poorly.
Second, he
remember.
lost the lead right at the end. And I think they came in second,
or third.
didn't
They were on the podium. That's
yeah,
that's-
for sure.
Yeah, that remains Ted Giovannis's best finish. He hasn't yet won a race. He's had 2 second-place finishes, and that was one of them. 115 starts coming to this weekend for Ted, who's a remarkable character. At the age of 78, for goodness sake.
And he's got a book out as well, which he talks about how motor racing has influenced him, and the thought process of motor racing has influenced him in the business world and vice versa. You can say a lot about Owen Trinkler. Most of it will be good. What you can never ever question is his commitment.
Correct.
He always gives 100%. Let's welcome Joe Bradley back into the BDO pit lane crew with an update from his end of pit lane.
We're getting an influx of scheduled pit stops with driver changes, aren't we? We've just had the 69 McLaren in. That was quite an incidental kind of stop. Motorsport in action McLaren. Michael de Quesada and Jesse Lazar. I'm not sure who changed over, but the driver getting out had a massive fall in between the car and the pit wall. Currently, I've got the 34 Mercedes in from an inherited second place. That's the GMF Motorsports car of Michael Stevens and Jesse Webb. And that car, pretty slick pit stop work from this team. And the car's back out.
The 33 Hyundai arrives at my feet. That is the Harry Gottsacker, Robert Wickens car. No changeover. Harry Gottsacker stays on board the Hyundai. And it's a full front wheel service. So they're just putting new fronts on. The rears are still holding the exhaust happily away from the ground. Fuel goes in. He actually didn't really quite get close enough. The fueler is at a very interesting angle, the sort of angle that would normally only be refrained for complicated secondary school math problems, to be honest, but he's just about managing to maintain balance with this kind of lean he's got in. A lot of fuel going in. And we just did, of course, have the 50 car, which is the one of the Supras. That's the Jack Hawksworth, Tyler Maxim car. Tyler stayed on board and got a couple of new boots as well.
Thank you, Nick. And Joe down in the pit lane. New leader, Chad McCumbee, has inherited the lead. Needs to come in for their second stop shortly. He's been out for 27 laps. That's when he took over the car 27 laps ago from Jensen Altman, who started the race in the number 13 Ford Mustang GT4. Bob McCallion, I think, will come round in second place. He's due that car's due at second stop as well. The call Motorsports Ford Mustang number 59.
Yeah, number 34 car's just made a pit stop, so Jesse Webb handed over that car to another debutant in this series. That's Mackay Stevens, the JMF Motorsports Mercedes. Gregory Learfouge also making a pit stop in car number 43.
Yeah, those cars still to make their second pit stops, at least the first and third. The first and second cars, rather, becoming McLaren Racing and Co. Motorsport. When it cycles through, it should be the 2 BMWs that will come through. Let's go down to the pit lane and hear the beautiful Nashville tones of Owen Trinkler. Another Iron Man stint, Nick Damon, for the man from TGM.
First of all, then, how are you feeling? First drive after that horrific fire.
I was only supposed to do 40 minutes there. I guess I did an hour and a half or whatever we did, but arm feels pretty good. I mean, it's been hell the last 4 or 5 weeks, man. I've been 2 surgeries, put to sleep 4 times, and I can't thank my team enough, my personal team around me, TGM, everybody in Halifax that took care of me. Those guys did a great job, and everybody at Vanderbilt, the burn unit, they did a great job. And I mean, we were 2 weeks ahead of schedule. We shouldn't even be here today, but everybody putting the great energy towards me, and we were worried about healing, and here we are. Got a shot at this thing. It's the BMW performance race, and it shows that. Those Turner cars are fast. We got a good short run car. Car gets a little free at the end. Matt can probably handle a little bit better than me because it took a ton out of me. I mean, I learned so much about burns and everything that when this happened, and my energies, I'm wiped right now. I mean, that was a mega stint. I've done some mega stints here in the past, but that was, I got to say, that's one of my grittiest ones I've ever done, and I love these boys here. And we'll see what happens, but I thank everybody for the support. IMSA, Jim France, those guys did a great job too. I mean, this wasn't an IMSA test when this happened, and one of the first guys in the room was John Doonan at Halifax. I can't thank him enough, and Jim France, they took care of me. My son was down here with me, and they made sure we got home okay, and that was a scary moment for him to see Dad going through that, but he's at home watching me, and nothing helps when you're leading the race. That cures everything.
That is the cure. I mean, talk to us a bit about the tactics. I mean, I think you came in early on that yellow, and I don't think you took tyres then, or did you?
No, we did. We took tires because the car was getting a little bit free. I mean, I was in touch with the boys at the Roar. I wasn't here, and before the race, I only did 4 laps. You know, I did 2 in qualifying, 2 into practice because we were trying to save everything for the race. But the car's just getting a little too free right now. You're right in the center, but we're making some adjustments, see if we can tighten it up for Matt. But I mean, he can probably handle a little bit better than me, like we were talking. His reflex is probably a little bit better than mine right now.
Great stuff. Thanks, Owen. Well done.
Pit stops are very, very busy. Lots of incident, and the 69 McLaren there just came in. Jesse Lazar got out of the car. Jesse, firstly, are you okay? Because I saw you fell over something getting out of the car. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I tripped over, but yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I'm happy everyone was okay. We had a good pit stop.
Yeah, you look like you bounced up pretty well, so I wasn't too worried. You guys are at the sharp end of where you need to be. I think you came in there top 5, 5th place.
No, absolutely. We're still on, we're on course for a podium. It's a long, long race. We want to be fast at the end. We're saving the equipment. We're very confident Michael's going to have a very strong stint at the end.
You're in 1-3 at the moment. Michael de Quesada at the wheel of your car. The McLaren, do you think the McLaren's suited to the high-speed banking of Daytona?
Yeah, no, it's extremely, very aerodynamic, and it's great on the brake, so it suits this track really well. So we're going to definitely take advantage of that this race.
Will you get back in the car, Jesse, or is Michael taking it to the finish?
No, this is Michael's job to finish and bring this home for us.
All right, brilliant stuff. Thanks, Jesse. See that? I nearly tripped over going out of the pit box. See that? Dangerous business, this motorsport stuff.
You wouldn't have bounced like he did, Joe. Thank you very much indeed to our PTO pit lane team. Chad McCumbee still leading from Bob Michaelian in 2nd place. The gap is 41 seconds, but look at the BMWs behind. They will go through when the 2 cars ahead pit, McAvern and Seldorf. Then Matt Plum still there, only 3 seconds further back. That was an absolute Ironman stint from Owen Trinkler. And a word for the TGM pit lane crew there, Jeremy, because they were out miles ahead of everybody else who did. I honestly thought they hadn't taken tyres because they got such a jump out on the pit lane. It wasn't even close.
Now, acknowledged as one of the best crews on pit lane. Here is our race leader, Chad McCumbee, in for the number 13 McCumbee Michelin pit stops. Mustang's 2nd pit stop. But you're right, Joey Nardi's crew there at Team TGM. They're based in Orlando, and their pit stops are always exemplary. So is their strategy.
And Nick Damon is with that Mustang.
And it's a full service for the GT4 Mustang, which of course we've seen for a couple of years. Not as exciting as the brand new GT3 in the big race, of course, but very attractive, this car. Nice shade of basic grey with some blue flashings on the gears. Number 13 proudly on the rear right, so no superstition within this team. And it's a full service with 20 nuts coming off on the brand new for 2024 GT4 Mustang. And as they get their way through, and they're just interesting. One thing I would say about this team, interesting, they've done diagonals. Some teams do both sides. They did diagonals. They did front left, rear right, and then front right, rear left. If that makes sense, yes. They're holding the car, and it is smoking from the brakes. Oh, that's why, because the refuel is actually right. It's like an old-fashioned American car. The American cars of the 50s where they had hidden fuel caps. You pulled down the license plate and filled it up. Well, that's where the fuel filler is for the Mustang, right up the backside, where the number plate would be.
And the Michaelian Mustang for Core is in further up the pit lane as well. That will be a full service too. Just noticed that Matt Plum put the Aston Martin Vantage's fastest lap in last time around twice now in succession, and he's brought the gap back to the Turner Motorsport cars down to under a second, under 1 second now in what is the effective battle for the lead with those two pit stops. Jensen Altzman got back into the Ford Mustang number 13. Haven't seen who's replaced Bob McCallion yet, but Bob will have got out. He's done what he needs to do, and again, this is the rear fill straight into the fuel tank at the back of the 59 Mustang that's up at the far end of the pit lane. Two BMWs then, first and second in the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona, round one of the 2024 championship.
The car 19.
Oh, Gavin Ernston's car is slow. It's the leader in TCR, and that car is not picking up out of turn number 6, and he's going to lose the lead of the race. Gottsacker was not that far behind. This is a disaster for the Las Vegas-based team. John Morley and Gavin Ernston have been just fantastic competitors. Gottsacker's just gone by underneath us. Oh my goodness, they can't buy any luck. They've had races taken away when they've been punted off. There was one big shunt in VIR, wasn't there? So what's happened here? Coming down into the far end of the infield at the western end, into the horseshoe. Gavin looks okay there. Oh, it's a McLaren up the inside, but there was no touch. That was the Motorsport in action, the Mia McLaren. There was no touch.
Already gone.
But it's gone.
More Audi reliability problems. That's something you don't say very often, is it?
It's not fuel, is it?
Is it fuel?
Oh, I hope not.
Pickup problems.
It might be. He's wiggling the car around. He might be just trying to shake the last bit of fuel out of the tank.
Gavin's been out there for 29 laps, 3 laps longer than anybody else.
That might be.
He's able to use the shortcut to stay out of the way.
The TCR cars can go longer than GS.
Right. Well, let's have a look, see how long he's been out in that car. He's done 29 laps. So that's an hour.
Came on 15, yeah.
Yeah, that's pushing it, and it's coughing.
Gone.
Yeah,
it's coughing.
I think you're right. It's the fuel. Oh,
is it?
Well,
it's
guys.
Oh dear. And another TCR with a mechanical issue. The car number 99 for the Gonzalez team, their Hyundai Elantra was given the mechanical black flag. It came in for a pit stop. It's gone back out again. Don't know exactly what their black flag was for. Full course yellow. Full course yellow has been called.
That's the 28 car, I think, just made a stop. That's the RS1 Porsche. Is it going to stay on the lead lap? I'm not sure. It might not, actually. He's going around turn 1 in the pit lane. The leaders are going into turn 1. It's a former championship winning car, of course, at number 28 RS1 Porsche coming out of the pit lane now. Is he going to lose a lap? Oh, it's awfully close. I think he might have just made it out. Look at that.
Do you know what?
Just made it out ahead of the two leaders.
John Morley is in the pit lane, suited and booted. He was waiting for Gavin to bring that car in. Gavin, I think, has found the reserve. He might be able to stutter around. He's being followed by one of the pickup vehicles, but that is awful. Absolutely awful. He's gone 1 lap too far. He's gone 1 lap too far. We're under yellow, which means it's a good time to talk to a guest here. Jackson Lee has just popped in. Just knock your mic on there, sir, if you don't mind. It's done. How are you, sir?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
It's good to see you again. Tell us what you've been doing over the winter and what your plans are.
Well, we've been full focus on the road to the USF Pro Championships for the past few years, but this winter has been a little bit of a transition point in my career. We've been looking at more of the IMSA sports car side. So last weekend at the Roar, I made my GT4 debut in the VP Sports Car Challenge, and it was such an exciting weekend for me. I had a ton of fun.
I'll ask you the question that I ask a number of young drivers, and you've come up through Team USA as well. Focus on single-seaters. Great. That's what most people do as they come through, at least at the start of their motor racing career. What was it that made you start to think, oh, hello a minute, I might have to look at something else here?
Well, you're not the first person to give me that advice. It's definitely been the focus to develop in single-seaters, but as you take a step back and look at your career as a whole, sports cars just provide so many more opportunities. And we were seeing the exact same thing. Formula cars are so good for developing you as a driver. And I've certainly enjoyed my time as a Formula car driver, being from Indianapolis and had a lot of connections to the IndyCar paddock. It's definitely beneficial to switch over.
Jackson, stay with us. Gavin Ernstone back under full power. Either has found a bit of reserve there or got some on the far side of the circuit. I think it was the former. He's going to come in for what's called emergency service. The pits are closed at the moment. He can have 5 seconds of fuel, but nothing else, and then he'll have to do a full, have to come back into the pits once we go back to green, which is fine because he would have needed to do that anyway. Unfortunately,
I think he's only lost 1 lap, John.
Only 1 lap.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So if he can get this emergency service to get back out again, the leaders are coming through turn 4 now.
Well, he's only got 5 seconds of fuel to
yes,
have.
so that should be fine. He should be able to get out and underway again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds of fuel. Yeah, that's fine. So he should come back around.
Marginal. That was a long 5 seconds, wasn't it?
Well, I think
well,
that was
maybe you were
fine.
calling a bit fast. You couldn't wait to get him going.
We're hearing as well that the number 5 Alfa Romeo, the GMW car, is also being cleaned up. We might see that car back out again. Not the end of the day, not necessarily the end of the day, with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go.
And for those of you if you're unfamiliar with what's going on now, generally speaking, when the safety car comes out, there's no overtaking out there at all. You might have just noticed a whole bunch of cars going past the leaders and the safety car, and they're now heading into the East Horseshoe. Well, those are TCR class cars that were in between the safety car and the TCR class leader. In actual fact, Harry Gottsacker in car number 33 was the only TCR car that had not been lapped already by the overall race leader. So all of the cars on the that had not been lapped by Harry Gottsacker can now go past the safety car, rejoin the back of the pack, and then in a couple of laps time they will have an opportunity to make their pit stops and get back on sequence with everybody else. So this is they hadn't been lapped by their leader, so this is a smart move that IMSA brought in quite a few years ago, and it works really well.
Mark Kwame in for Hattori Motorsports in the GR Supra. One of the Victor Gonzalez cars as well there is the 80 car leaving the pit lane at the moment. Julian Santero, that will have been emergency service as well, as the pits are still closed. Gavin Ernstone is hustling round to get back on the back of the safety car train. Well, Jackson Lee, who's with us, how was your first experience of GT4 in the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport?
Oh, it was amazing. It was a super fun race.
It's a great little car, that, isn't it?
It really is. I will say that the toughest thing for me has been learning to lean on the ABS and use a little bit of traction control. Things like that I've never had in my career. And then just learning the style of racing here in IMSA and at Daytona as well. This is my first time to Daytona, and just dealing with these massive straightaways in the draft and things like that. There are things that I've had experience with in the past with Formula Fords and F1600, but not for a little while, and it's been a ton of fun to get to re-experience that.
I want to go back to that. You talked about the ABS, because ABS in road cars has come along massively in the last decade or so. The same in race cars. It is incredible how hard you can hit that pedal and how long you can hold it, pretty much right up to the apex. Now, in fact, you have to do that because that helps you stay competitive, and also, in some ways, it will help you rotate the car.
Oh, 100%. It's nothing like the ABS in my road car Mustang GT, but it's super essential. There's so much technology behind these cars that have developed for a long time. And learning to trust that, learning to use it properly to rotate the car, as you said, It's been a little bit of a learning curve, but again, a ton of fun. Get to figure this stuff out.
You're a big guy at 6 foot. You claim 4, do you?
6'4". We tell the team owners 6'2", so they're a little less scared to put me in their race car.
Just tell them 5'4".
A bit more room in the Porsche than there is in a real car.
Yeah, for sure. It's been weird doing my seat fits in the sports cars, because typically I get in and something's wrong, so I have to get out and we massage the seat and work on things, and it's an hour-long process, and then I have to make another trip or two. Every seat fit I've done so far, whether it be in the Porsche or in my very limited one-race touring car experience, get in the car, feels good, get out.
So are you in for the full VP season, Jackson?
That's the plan. We have budget for a couple races right now, so I will be back at St. Pete, which I am very much looking forward to. I love St. Pete. And then we got to,
of course.
Yeah, I have, and I'm looking forward to that, because there are a few drivers who've been there before, but a number of drivers in the VP field who have not. So I'm looking forward to taking advantage of that experience. And then we got to keep looking at maximizing our budget for the remainder of the season.
GS pits are open. The leaders stay out, but a huge line of cars coming into the pit lane. Let's head to the BDO pit lane team. Who's at pit in?
Why, that's me. And I have the green V-Brick 92 machine just stopping to my right. Most of the cars actually have gone past me, more towards the wonderful one of Joe Bradley. Interesting, one of the cars that has stopped is that number 13 Ford Mustang we talked about. Has had a little bit of a top up. The 88 that's been through the pits 10,000 times stops again. But Joe, you've got most of those cars.
Yeah, we've got great advantage for the 91 Porsche, who swaps drivers during this caution period. That's the Kelly Moss with Riley. There's 3 drivers down to drive this car, and it's Brady Gorland who has, or Golan, has been able to hand over, and they're gonna shave some time, aren't they, doing this, and perhaps get them back into contention. Currently 13. Just coming to the end of their pit stop. Fuel still going in, and fueling's the last thing on these pit stops. So, and now it goes.
Oh yes. It looked like coming to the end of the pit lane, the Ford Mustang was held at the red light, and then maybe could not get either select a gear or get enough revs to pull away again, which caused a little bit of a schmozzle at the end of the pit lane. But we're under yellow, so a little bit of real estate, possibly a position lost there, but no harm, no foul. We've got Jackson Lee in the Global Broadcast Centre now, driving for Porsche in VP. You've talked about the challenges. What was the bit you enjoyed the best then about racing in those? They're quite long races for a single driver, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. 45-minute races. These are the longest races I have done in my career, which was a challenge. But for me, managing the tires was something completely new that I enjoyed getting to really look into that aspect of it, because again, I said these are the longest races I've done, but just the aspect of these tires, they're very good off the box, but they by design fade a little bit as you go on, just to add to that strategy, and it's been fun to figure that out.
And out with prototype cars as well, so multi-class racing. I always say you can't learn multi-class racing unless you do multi-class racing. GT4s are no slouches, but the prototypes, I presume, were buzzing by.
Yeah, 100%. I believe the time difference was about 10 seconds a lap, so it was there for sure. And I owe my spotter a bit of my success there, because I had my inside mirror go down about halfway through the race in some tough battling. Just a little side-by-side contact, something I'm not used to in the Formula cars that you can get away with a little bit here. But for the remainder of the race, I was blind on the left side, and it was good to have the help from that spotter that I'm not typically used to.
Wish you all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to see us. And we'll keep an eye in the VP Racing Fuels Challenge. VP Challenge throughout the season. You can follow it on IMSA Radio. In the pit lane for the TCR cars, let's go to Nick Damon, who has his hordes of Hyundais.
I do. My Hyundai horde has slightly loused each other up, because the 77 came in before the 33, and the 33 couldn't make their pit stop. Now, this is the change of driver for the Brian Herder Autosport 33. Rob Wickens is getting into the car, and I think it is obviously a good point for them to be able to do the driver change, because Rob, obviously with his injuries, isn't going to be as quick a driver change as some of the others would be. But in fairness, they're doing a pretty good job. He's already in, and they haven't got anywhere near doing the wheels yet as they put them down. That's obviously it was Harry Gotzacher got out, of course, on that car. Robert being strapped in the Canadian there. And it looks like actually they have managed, with a full service and fuel, the slowest thing is not the driver change. So that's a pretty good work by the team. And they are, well, they're 2 tyres away from dropping them down. It's a very long process, 20 nuts and 4 tyres, isn't it? Sounds like all action, but there's lots of bits that aren't moving. But they did lose 2 or 3 seconds, perhaps even more than that, in pushing back because they couldn't get in the pit box. But doing it under yellow, not such a big issue.
News from the other end of the pit lane that the Supra number 23, which we've seen a couple of times struggling to restart. It's the car that was started by Bubba Wallace. John Hunter Nemechek took it over. That car's gone behind the wall now. It's not been a banner day for them. It has been a banner day today, at least, for the TCR number 17. And that being the JDC Miller car. Had an awful start to the week, but they are still running out there. But I think they've got the wrong side of the pit stops, and I'm just checking to see where the 17 there. Yeah, 6th position for Chris Miller, and I have a message from race control a minute ago. The car 23 is going behind the wheel, Jeremy. Are you still seeing it on track?
Keepars here, he's a lap down, but he's in your third of the cars 1 lap down. I think the number 38 car is a lap down. It's Jerome Blekemolen in the BGB Porsche. That's annoying for them. Michael Cooper next up in that 44 Baby Bull Porsche. And then Corey Heim, I think, is right behind him, and they're sort of about, I don't know, 8th or 9th or so, maybe around about there in the train behind the safety car.
Well, somebody else has gone behind the wall a minute ago, if it's not the 23. And I have to say I didn't see it because I was too busy looking at timing screen, so apologies for that. It's very unusual that that pops up in the wrong place. We'll come back to green shortly with the 2 BMWs at the front of the field. Dai Yoshihara, did he not stop at all?
I think he must have taken an improper wave around, to be honest.
Right.
Because he's shown as a race leader, which...
did he drift to the front of the field?
Yes, unfortunately he did. I
the
think
23 is still running.
Okay. Well,
where's 23? Should be coming past us any minute.
Just come by.
Might just did, yeah.
Okay.
There he is.
So it's 33 minutes and 36 seconds behind the wall, past the hour. 23 behind the wall, it says on the race control channel. So I apologise for passing on the wrong information. Still haven't got to half distance here, by the way. The little schmozzle at the red lights, the number 13, I think it was at Jensen Altman who brought that car in. Not sure if Jen stayed in the car or whether swapped back to Chad McCumbee.
It was McCumbee that was in this last stint.
Well, Altman had just taken it over before the yellows.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't come in again, has he?
Well, yeah, that was the car that was that stuttered at the end of the pit lane.
You're right, he did, yeah.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have made another change, I don't think.
I wouldn't have thought so. But that caused a little bit of a schmoz, and that pit lane exit order is now under review. Yeah. Chad did a 30-lap stint. So we're doing the final wave by now, aren't we? Before we go back to green.
Curious tactic there for the 61 Audi TCR, the former race leading TCR that stuttered to a halt. It came in to do a pit stop.
This is the Gavin Ernst and John Murley car.
Correct, and it has come back in again just for another top up of fuel. Now we've got 2 hours and 7-ish minutes to go. If we have another full course yellow, they might be able to get home on just one more stop. Maybe that they want to get absolutely every last bit of fuel in.
Yeah,
well,
they can do about
have to come back in again, that 61 car, because they came in for emergency service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's why they've come back in then. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
but you know, the TCRs, they can do about an hour on a tank of fuel. So we've got, what, 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. There's still a bit more caution, another caution period, and they should be able to get home from one more stop here. But of course, you know, all the other TCRs are pretty much on the same strategy, apart from number 93 that is showing a lap ahead of everybody else at the moment. But unfortunately, you can take that car out of the picture, and it's Mason Philippi who is effectively leading the TCR category in kind of a 98. There is that.
Mikey Taylor, by the way, Jeremy, for JDC Miller Motorsports, 5th position, will be 5th position at the restart. We'll be going green in just a moment or two's time. Live from trackside around the world on RS2 here at the track on 107.9 FM. Green, 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 and the flash of the lights from Matt Plum as he tries to unsettle the two BMWs ahead in a sideways moment for the Porsche coming through on the inside.
Yeah, that's the number 38 car. That is a lap down to the race leaders. But driving that car at the moment is Johan Blekemolen. We know how good he is. Meanwhile, just before the caution came out, that third place car, the Aston Martin, Matt Plum, with that fresher set of tyres, he was hanging with those two BMWs.
Yeah, he's closing them down.
Indeed
he
was,
put
actually.
3 or 4 fastest laps of the race for that car in, and he pulled them down to under a second. And at one point, I think he got down to about 0.3 or 0.4 just before the
exactly right.
I was going to say code 60 there, before the full course caution came out. So it's Dylan McAvan leading, and down through, back up onto the high banks. Jensen Altman picking his way through. He's on the high side of the Stephen Cameron Racing blue and orange car, so it's the BMW versus Mustang battle further up the field. The Smooge Racing definitely still running that car, not behind the wall. Got the Porsche 718, the Porsche Naples sponsored car, then the Stephen Cameron BMW going through as well, the number 43 orange and blue car, very distinctive livery. That here comes Altman in that very, very menacing new Ford Mustang GT4, whole new body shape for that car this year. As Nick was saying, we've seen the GT4 Mustang down through the years, but this is, again, as Nick said, all new for 2024. And had a winning debut, of course, in the VP Racing events last weekend at the Roar.
And in TCR, we have a new leader, the JDC Audi. From being not starting all day yesterday, they've got themselves up into the lead. It is showing on our graphic and on the time screen as being Dai Yoshihara, but we believe that's a little glitch with the wave around. So the number 17 car, JDC Miller Audi, into the lead in TCR with Mikey Taylor at the wheel. What a story.
So a stop plus 4 minutes for that 93 Audi, improper wave around. Jeremy Shaw called it, and the Montreal Racing Motorsport Groups, Honda, Dai Yoshihara will get his Kindle out and have a read of a couple of chapters there. One of the problems, I think, could be the fact that that car has been reported as having pits to car radio issues, so that may be why they didn't get him, or he went around when he shouldn't have, a little bit of a schmozzle, and it has to be a punitive penalty if you've gained a lap. So basically he's gained a lap, and therefore he's going to lose a lap to put him back, and then a bit more for the offence. 99 Automatic Racing, Aston on the high side. On the low side, it's the Core Racing 59. The white car with the multicolours and pushing them through. That's the team TGM number 64. It's Hugh Plum behind the wheel of that car as they come through. So we've got the Plum
Chris Wilson.
Siggett and John.
Is it not Chris Wilson driving number 64 car right now?
It is indeed. My apologies. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Down in 16th position for TGM. And here comes the BMW, the repaired BMW number 39. That was the pole sitting car. Sean McAllister is some 20 laps off the leader, but that is still a quick car. How far can the car get back up the field to try and salvage a few points? Battle for the lead in TCR. Or at least for third place, excuse me. As the number 33 of Robert Wiggins goes by Mason Filippi. Just up ahead is the 17 Audi, and they've got lap traffic in between there.
They've got...
No, they haven't.
No.
That is 3 together, because it's the 76 Brian Herder Autosport Nick Leumans. So 3 Herder Hyundais all together. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Let's take a BDO pit lane report. It's another interview.
And another Herder Hyundai. It's the 33. It's Harry Gottsacker just out of the car. Harry, talk to those first few laps. You got absolutely, well, dive bombed by the Audi in the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness out there, racing each other really, really hard. And it's tough too, because it just feels like we're down on power a little bit compared to the Audis, especially here at Daytona. But you know, I gotta give it everything I got to stick with those guys. But yeah, no, it was good racing. Robert's in the car now, and hopefully he can bring it home.
It seems also that everyone's suffering a bit from the heat and humidity, which obviously is surprising even for Florida this time of year.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, the DEG's been a bit higher since the roar with the higher temperatures and everything, but our Hyundai Elantra N, you know, deals with that really well. And yeah, I'm quite happy with the balance and everything. Looking forward to see what Robert can do.
Great stuff, thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Always entertaining. Harry Gottsacker, his car, the number 33. Robert Wiggins behind the wheel, effectively in second place. It doesn't look like that on the scoring tower at the moment, but Dai Yoshihara's got to stop at 4-minute holds. Cameron Lawrence has joined us in the middle seat. Happy New Year, Cam. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me up here. This is a pretty good seat you got.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Even better when it gets dark. Did you have a good Christmas and New Year?
I did, yep. We welcomed a new member to the family.
Oh,
Calvin had some shout-outs, so we have a 1-month-old at home. So Morgan is nice enough to be at home with the baby and let me come out here to hang out and check everything out at Daytona.
Tell me what's been going on. Who have you been talking to? What irons are in the fire?
There's a lot going on. Working with the Rafa Racing Club this year, so we've got some really cool meetings and hopefully some partnerships coming up with IMSA. That's kind of why we're here, is really just to show our face and kind of make a splash, hopefully, either this year or the next coming year. So we'll see what's going on.
Tremendously competitive racing throughout the IMSA classes. We all know about the WeatherTech. We kind of know about Michelin Pilot Challenge, but you look at what was going on with Mazda the last couple of days with the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, VP Racing, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. IMSA's got it going on at the moment.
IMSA definitely has it going on. I think if you ask anybody, and the funny thing is, even talking to some other drivers, you know, around the world, if you ask them where they want to be, everybody has IMSA on their radar. So, and it's such a global platform now with drivers coming over, especially you look at WeatherTech with LMP2, all the cars have flooded in from LMP2. It's just a really great place to be racing right now. They're doing a great job.
The guys who want to be racing in IMSA. Look, we've talked about the first 3 quite a lot here. The 2 Turner Motorsport BMWs of Dylan McEvoy and Francis Seldorf at the moment. Right there in 3rd position, then Aston Martin with Matt Plum. But look who's right behind Matt Plum. He's only 5 or 6 car lengths back. That's the Mercedes, a brand new team to the series this year. Mackay Stevens, tell you what, he's a great story, that boy. He's 30, he's not a boy anymore, he's 30-odd years of age, but he's been looking to make this step into IMSA for such a long time. He's been a star in the SRO series the last few years, having been given opportunity by John Farrow, JMF Motorsports. This is a slightly different setup team this year. Richard Rader remains as a crew chief. He's got a lot of experience in all sorts of different cars, but to have that car running up there in the 4th position at this stage in the race, John, is really, really impressive.
And it's there on pace.
Absolutely,
on merit. Absolutely there on pace and merit. He's ahead of. Anytime you're ahead of Stephen McAleer in a motor race, you're doing something well. And Mackay's just gone to a 1:55.4 last time around. That's that car's fastest lap. The best lap of the race is they've got to the Stephen Cameron Racing 43 BMW with a 1:54.355. So he's right on the pace here, and we're going to have a 4 or 5-way battle for the lead, not too far away, as Matt Plum is hunting down Francis Seldorf in the second of the Turner BMWs. Front engine cars then, first, second, third and fourth. And it's Stephen Michelin in fifth in the RS1 Porsche, who's the first of the mid-engined cars. Cameron Lawrence with us, plenty of experience of driving in IMSA. Man, you'd love to be out there right now, wouldn't you?
I do. I mean, that's my car from last season that's in the lead right now. So it's great. It's great to see. It's great to see. I love those guys, the Turner guys. I mean, I know the work that they put in building. It's only second year with that car, and we had some new car struggles last season at Daytona. It looks like they've got most of that, if not all of it, sorted out. So it's good to see them running as strong as they are. But it does hurt. I know it's a great platform, great team. TGM has worked really hard as well. I mean, they have some great drivers, but seeing them up front, and it's great to see Mackay up there. The Mercedes has seemed to be, it's a great car. It's always been a great car, but maybe hasn't shown as much pace as some of the others with BOP this weekend. But for them to be battling like that, and they've got a good draft now with the front three cars, it's turning into a really good four-way battle for the lead here.
Yeah, as we saw in the VP races last weekend, the Mercedes just did not have the straight line speed. Mark Miller, we saw he was blown away on the straights by by most of the other cars. So but he came into this race, or that team came into the race with a good attitude. Look, it's our first race in IMSA. We're not expecting to win a thing. If we can finish in the top 10 or run in the top 10, we'll be happy. Gain some experience. The BOP, they hope, will be a bit more favourable to some of the other tracks. This is not a track that really suits the Mercedes in any case. So that's something you've got to kind of bear in mind.
But this is the thing I like. The thing I like about GT racing, I accept that it's a balance of performance class, and we can talk about that till Sebring probably, and not get any consensus on it, but you still get strengths and weaknesses for certain cars. Nobody's saying they've all got to do exactly the same lap time every time they come out on the track, and the Mercedes seems to be a good all-rounder. It doesn't necessarily do everything brilliantly well, but it's a very good all-rounder, and you have to execute. If you execute, you're in with a chance. First year last year with that new BMW, Cameron, what did you feel was the advantage that car had over some of your competitors?
I don't think it was too much of a secret. When IMSA gave us kind of the power that we needed to run with everybody, the power was really good. The straight line speed was definitely a strength. But the big thing is just how it makes power, and the way BMW did the BOP is it makes a constant power target. So you would see us really excel in hot weather. And that was just due to other cars kind of sucking in hot air and losing power, whereas the BMW, when it gets hotter, it just targets the same power level and makes the same horsepower. So definitely when we got the straight line speed and when the temperatures rose, the BMW kind of shined. So it is warmer than the Roar, and I know that's definitely something that all the BMW teams were looking forward to and aware of, and I think that's part of the equation. They're not blowing anybody away, but they're definitely having a good weekend.
Joe Bradley is part of our BTO pit lane team, has some updates for us, Joseph.
Yeah, in from the TCR lead into the pits, it's the Montreal Motorsport Group Honda. Dai Yoshihara brought the car in, and Carl Whitmer has taken it over, and I'm not sure why that is. You guys might be able to shed some light.
That's the car, Joe, that's got the 4-minute penalty for improper pass around that we were talking about early on. It has to be punitive, so that car will be back in and parked up for a little while. That's their first race in IMSA. They've got a few complications by not being able to talk to their driver as well. We think the pits to car radio is playing up just a little bit as well. Rebel Rock Racing round the outside of the number 23 Smooth Racing Evo GT4 GR Supra through the Le Mans chicane with slightly darker looking clouds, but so far the weather's been pretty good.
And we were hearing about the hippopotamus earlier on, weren't we? That was on the BMW. Well, there's a zebra going past.
Oh, well, yes, indeed. Either that or it's some very clever barcode, and if you click on it, it takes you to a special part of the website. Let's take a quick word with Dai Yoshihara, absolute legend in drifting. I've seen him win at the Race to the Clouds at Pikes Peak as well. Joe Bradley.
Dai, we believe you've got some radio issues you can't talk to your pit.
Right, we start the race, we didn't have a radio. I mean, Pit can hear the drivers, but as a driver we couldn't hear anything. So it was really hard because this was my very first race with IMSA, and yeah, I see the flag, but I wasn't sure. So, and I still don't know what was going on, but hard and really strong.
So wait, we've been told the car has been given a penalty. Have you been debriefed on that, or briefed on that, I should say?
Oh yeah, he's been super competitive, so I have no worry about him. So yeah, everything goes well. I'm sure he can finish really strong.
Well done. Thank you, man.
That man is an absolute ledge. Drives anything.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Global superstar.
Pikes Peak, of course, winner as well. I mean, you name it, he's done it, and he's used to slippery conditions, but not sure he likes the warmth here at Daytona.
Probably too much grip.
The guy that's on the charge at the moment is Kenton Cook, and at number 92, Random Vandals BMW. He'd taken a brilliant first stint from Paul Sparta, who'd be thrilled with what he was able to do. Kenton took the restart in the 15th position, and is now up to 5th, and maybe by now it might be 4th. Where is he on the racetrack? Has he got past Kenton Cook yet?
Still behind.
Excuse me, past Mackay Stevens yet?
Still behind Mackay.
Yeah, watch the bank. Watch this now. He's going to sweep. Look at him there.
Slingshot.
To be on the outside. Mackay Stevens sort of nailed to the post as a BMW whistles round the outside.
This is the green and silver car we're talking about, coming across the line now.
Yes.
Green and white car, should I say. Quite extraordinary. Biggest movers, by the way, it will surprise you not at all to know that the TCR biggest move with 14 positions made up. The number 17 Audi started at the back after it barely run, and now leads the category with Mikey Taylor for JDC Miller Motorsports. Also 14th place mover RS1 Porsche for Stephen McAleer up to 6th position and only 4 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, and he's right in that thick of that battle. He and Mackay Stevens are side by side going through turn 1. They've had some great battles in the last few years.
McAleer's just gone by Stevens, actually.
Did he get past him? All right.
Yeah, I think so. So that's 15 places he's made up. Before we let Cameron disappear, what's the rest of the plans? Okay, you hear talking about what you're doing in terms of promotional thing with Rafa Racing Club, but we're going to see you back in a racing car soon in an IMSA series.
We hope so. Definitely hope so. There's still had some conversations about some possible one-offs this year, so maybe with the team that I'm well versed with. So we'll kind of see what pops up. I'm always
teasing us.
Teasing a little bit, but got to keep it interesting. And yeah, I would love to be back. Like you said, IMSA has just been riding a high right now. I mean, you look at all the fans that are here. You look at the car counts. It's just a wonderful place to be, but looks like we might have a slow car on the back straight, another flat tire possibly.
Yeah, this is the baby bull car again, the 44 Porsche, and it's a right rear again on that car. Hopefully that will get around. Michael Cooper behind the wheel of the machine. That has not had a lot of luck. Cameron, great to see you. And if you're looking for a very rapid racing driver, I'll tell you now, Cameron is looking as fit as he ever has and as hungry as he ever had to get back behind the wheel of a racing car. Good to see you, my man.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, thanks for having me. And yeah, let's look forward to exciting end of the race here.
I think it will be. Just under an hour and 50 minutes to go. And we stay green for the moment with the 2 BMWs, first and seconds for Turner Motorsport, starting the season as they ended last year on a real high. Ackerman and Seldorf, then Matt Plum keeping them honest. Kenton Koch just another 2 seconds or so further back. McAleer half a second further back from that in the Porsche. Then the BMW of the Stephen Cameron orange and blue car, just another half a second back from that. Mackay Stevens, another half a second back. You're seeing a little bit of a pattern here. Daniel Morad for Winward Racing, he's another 1/10 of a second back. Those top 8 within 4 seconds as the Baby Bull Porsche still coming round. There's plenty of places offline here and underneath the yellow line. If the car is still moving, generally speaking, will be dealt with double yellows. Top 3 together, coming off the high banks, down to the braking area of the Le Mans chicane. Left, right, left. Hammer the curb on the inside. 4 minutes, starts now. No, ends now. Ends now for Kidder Whitmer in the number 93 car.
Yeah, I mean, he gained a lap on everybody else. inadvertently, but that's the penalty. You gain 1 lap and you get penalised a couple.
Yeah.
So it'll put him from 1 lap ahead to 1 lap behind. Unfortunate, but look, it was a really good run for Dai. Yoshihara there showed him, he showed how well he can run in these cars as Michael Cooper limps his way towards the pit lane. That car was already a lap down, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's another right rear. We'll let the boys keep an eye on that when it comes in. Spin for the Hyundai number 70 of Jordan Wisely. He's just gone out of the pits in that car. That'll be cold rear tyres that have caught him out. 1 hour 46 minutes. And Stephen McAleer goes up to 4th, and we've got a spinner right in front of the pack. The Rory van der Steur racing with Rory van der Steur behind the wheel. Got a little bit of help coming down off the banking. There was a little tap from the 64, Chris Wilson, in the TGM Aston Martin, and that, I think, will get him a penalty.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it doesn't, because he was sticking his nose there. He was nowhere near alongside him. That's unlike Chris Wilson to make a mistake like that. I'll tell you what, that's one of the veterans
under review
in this series. Yeah, under review, and he'd be lucky to get away with that one.
I can't imagine that one's going to take that long to call. Peter McCall.
That car, that number 19 Van der Steur Aston Martin, has had a bit of a drama magnet attached to it this race. It's obviously an optional extra. That they've ticked that box, unfortunately, for today.
Can you turn it the other way around, the drama magnet, so that it
force field.
It kind of repels the drama and makes the drama stick to your competitor.
Like the blue shells in Mario Kart that circle around your car.
The fact that you even know that disappoints me, to be honest.
Don't knock it.
Stephen McAleer, Daniel Morad still duking it out at the sharper end of the field. Dylan McAfee, Francis Zeldoff leading, and then Matt Plum. Then a little bit of a gap to Ken Cook. Stephen McAleer, Daniel Morad still there. Those three pretty much together for 5th, 6th and 7th. This is great racing. There they are, leading 3, and then 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th together. The Stephen Cameron racing car, the orange and blue machine, sitting in behind them. RS1, the red, white and black Stephen McAleer driven Porsche Cayman 718. It looks tiny.
It does.
It really looks small to what, when you look at some of those other cars. Through goes Daniel Morad in the Winwood racing car.
It's not got the muscle on the straight, that RS1 Porsche. Stephen McAleer had muscled his way through with a big late braking manoeuvre into turn 1 in the last lap to go past Kendon Cook for 4th in that green and white BMW, but McAleer just can't compete on the straights in that little Porsche for some reason.
We've still got the lapped Porsche in there of Big GP, haven't we?
Oh.
Hopefully that doesn't cause any problem. Oh, this is the leader of the second place car, excuse me, in TCR, Robert Wiggins.
Oops.
And there is oil on the windscreen where it ought not to be. And that, I think, is a 4-cylinder 2-litre Hyundai motor that will not be powering the car any further. Now, where has he gone off? Is that turn 1? Yes, it is. So is that damage that's caused that, or did the engine nip and send him straight on? He's partway around turn 1, full course yellow, the door is open. He's on the hard standing between the exit of turn 1 and the track coming back in from the other side. He's gone straight down the inside of the Ernst. Oh, he's on the outside there of the Ernstone car. And you know what I think's happened there? I think something's let go and put oil on his right front tyre, and he couldn't get it turned in. There is nothing worse than understeering off on your own oil, or oversteering off, as it was in my case. I was driving a Ford Capri. Just a flash of flame. Yeah, it's gone as he turned down onto the transition. Flash of flame from the back of the car, from the underneath of the car, but that is disaster for a car that was looking very racy indeed, and Robert Wiggins will go no further.
What a shame, because that was the pole-sitting car, don't forget, and they were fighting really hard. They clearly didn't have the straight line speed, but boy, oh boy, was that car good on the brakes, particularly at 33 cars. So Robert Wickens, of course, shares with Harry Gottsacker, and Robert Wickens actually uses hand controls in the car and incredibly rapid with it.
And he's been instrumental in developing, designing and developing those, and fine-tuning how they work in terms of particularly the brake pressure, which you've got to create without being able to use your whole body weight and put your feet on the brake, and that's not the easiest thing to replicate and get the feel of it as well, because your hands are having to do everything. I think it's remarkable, and he's won races. He's now won the championship, and the AMR safety team helping him out of the car. The Rover Motor Oil VGRT number 99 being pushed away. Also, by the way, I did hear whilst we were talking to Cameron Lawrence that the number 6 Honda Civic from Montreal Motorsport Group has officially retired. We've also lost the Go Racing Audi and the Skip Barber Aston Martin Vantage GT4. That car was actually a non-starter. The KMW Motorsports with TMR did get back going again.
It just came past. It is going, but it's a long way down, a long way back, a long way back.
Yeah.
In fact, we've only got 4 cars now in the lead lap. Remarkably, in TCR.
Oh, really?
Number 17, 98, 76, and 15. That's it. A lap down. Well, next time around, because Robbie Wickens has already completed 62 laps. Tazio Otis is 1 lap down in the number 73 car. That is the Racers Edge Motorsport team. Again, newly back in IMSA.
Well, I've just seen now Race Control. They've reviewed the Chris Wilson and Rory van der Steur action, and no action. NFA reviewed, no action. Woo, woo.
He's got away with that one.
Yeah.
Chris Wilson,
look,
put the lottery on, son.
Yeah. Race Control. They yeah.
Pits are
okay,
open.
so you're going to have to work really, really hard there to get a penalty, which is fair enough.
No,
I mean, look,
it's consistency, though, isn't it? That's
yeah,
the thing.
Exactly.
It's
That's
consistency. In comes the GS field. Dylan McAvoy and the two Turner cars have stayed out. Matt Plum leads in the hordes and says hello to Shea Adam.
Hello, Matt Plum. He is doing full service fuel and tires. Fuel and tires for Kenton Cook, the Random Vandals BMW, as well, the number 92. And further down the pit lane, we are waiting for both Turner cars, but they eschewed this opportunity to come in. RS1 also into the pit lane. I think that's going to be Trent Hinman taking over for Stephen McAleer for new tires for the Porsche as well.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I can tell you the 57 Mercedes of Winwood Racing, that's a pretty scheduled stop. I'm trying to get a look at the Van der Steur car to see if there's any sort of lasting damage from that contact you guys were talking about there, resulting in no penalty, no further action after that one. The 19 just on its jacks now and getting retired as we speak. I may be able to get a look at that. It was the left-hand side that was clipped, wasn't it? So I will get a good view of that as it leaves.
Joe Bradley and Shea Adam in the pit lane as they leave. It was great work by all of the teams there.
Speaking of the Team TGM crew,
they're quick.
Both of their Aston Martins came in, the 46, which of course is in the hunt for the win, and the 64 came in at the same time. The crew did the fuel and the tyres for the 46 first, and then the same crew jumped back, and they're currently working on the 64 at the moment. So they are working double time there down at TGM.
Turner Motorsports did not come in there, and
despite having 2 drivers ready for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, they've been out for 25 and 26 laps, and I'm not entirely certain what's happened there. Don Salama is normally pretty...
No, not normally.
Always pretty good. And unless
another former driver like Joe Vardy, who's on the pit wall for Team TGM. Those two veterans of this series in its prior iterations.
All right, so let's try and work this out then. Why would you not bring your cars in from the lead now with a 100 minutes to go, just under? You've got the cars that have been out there for 25 laps. Now, albeit within that 25 laps, you've had quite a bit of yellow. The only thing that I can think of is that they are going to go, they realise everybody else are going to have to do one more pit stop, so they're going to go to the end of their fuel or get closer to the end of the race.
Quite possibly. Sorry, Joe.
Well, we've still got an hour and 36 remaining. So, if as you say, John, the cars have just stopped now. They're going to have to make one more pit stop towards the end, before the end. But I think Turner's got to make two. Well, they are going to have to make two. It depends how far they... Unless this is a really long yellow. Yeah, we need to find out why.
There's been a decent amount of yellow in those 25, 26 laps.
Just recently, but it's been it's a relatively clean race, a lot cleaner than last year.
You also got to consider the minimum drive time as well, which is 40 minutes. No, but it is 40 minutes, so sometime between, it's an hour and 36 to go, 40 minutes.
Oh yeah, because they've not changed their drivers from the start.
Correct, it's the same drivers as there was in
the start. That is a good point.
Well, it's not a factor.
Unless they have to put under green.
They've still got an hour and a half to go. So.
But then they might have to put under green.
Leader in TCR is in the pit lane, and Shea Adam is watching that.
It's fuel and tires for the JDC Miller Motorsport Audi, the car that has been first, second, and third here in the last 3 years. And they look as if that is the extent of the service. Yep, car has already dropped off the air jacks, waiting on the fuel, and now Mikey Taylor told to go.
That's a smart stop as well for the Unitronic Nickel Molly car.
The two Turner drivers look like they're about to jump into the car. They look really on their toes in the pit lane.
Quite a few. Joe Bradley is watching the Alfa Veloce number 5 well down the field, but still competing, Joseph.
Yeah, and Kevin Wheeler, BMW, they should get a prize just for running it out for a meal, shouldn't they? Campaigning this car for some years, and the car just beautiful. Not having its usual competitive run though. It's down in 16th there when it came in the pits.
Yeah, that was the incident earlier on. They got the car back in, I think, the first or the second yellow. I can't remember which one it was. They've tidied the car up and got it back out. Basically running this as a test session now.
Now with these the top four cars, in TCR all making a pit stop now during this sequence, that will allow those cars that are a lap down in TCR to get past them. So before we go back to green, those cars, which will be the number 61, that's John Morley in a road shagger car, the car that ran out of fuel a little while ago and fell off the lead lap. Also Jordan Wisely in car number 70 that had some problems early on. Those two cars will get their lap back, so they will be back on the lead lap. And before we go back to green, they will now have an opportunity to go past the cars in front of them and the safety car and hustle as quickly as they can to try and catch up with the field before we go back to green. There's the race controller is under no obligation to wait until they catch up.
Absolutely,
but it gives them an opportunity to get back on the lead lap. And also, I think the number 93 car, that's the car that had the 4-minute hold, that's going to get one of its 2 laps back, I think, as well.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, we'll be nominating our Michelin moment of the race in a little while. Andrew Davis out of the Rebel Rock Racing Aston Martin Vantage, and he will restart in, well, I was going to say he'll restart in 10th position. He's going to restart in 8th position as both of the Turner cars come into the pit lane at the last possible opportunity, Shea Adam.
They do, and thankfully their numbers correspond to how they came in from the racetrack. The car number 95 with the pit box further towards pit out. Driver changes for both cars. Rob McGuinness taking over for Dylan McIvern in the car that was in the lead. Francis Seldorf out of the 96. This is the one with the hippo on it. And Robbie Foley taking over to the end of the race. Both drivers driver changes are going well. I am going to have to ask Francis the story behind the hippo, because I think there was one on his Ferrari too, if memory serves, back when he ran Ferrari Challenge. Right side tires are done on the Foley Seldorf car. Left side tires going on now. Slightly ahead for the number 95 Turner Motorsports crew as far as their pit stop is concerned. They have already sealed the tires onto the car, whereas the 96 is just now. There you go. Air guns going off. 95 is off its air jacks. Sound effects for the 96 coming off of it. 95 is back out and rolling. 96 just waiting on the last bit of fuel, and there it goes. All right, let me try and find this Francis Seldorf character so we can meet him.
And Shea, can you ask the guys why they waited to come in until the last possible moment? Was it a communications problem, or is that planned? Meantime, spin on cold rear tyres for the number 80. That is the VGRT. That's the Victor Gonzalez Racing Rover Motor Oils sponsored red, white and black Hyundai.
I do suspect that I wonder if Turner maybe missed the chance to go in at the first opportunity. Maybe have a communication issue.
I can't. If they've found something, it's going to be 90 minutes to run, and okay, maybe they split 90 into 2 45-minute chunks, but they can't run 90 minutes if it stays green.
No,
but nobody else can either. No one else can either. So it comes down to one more pit stop. But why would you give up track position when you're at the front of the field? That's my question.
I don't see the theory.
So the number, sorry, to digress just about one moment. Critically, I think the number 61 car, having got the wave around, now back on the lead lap,
Racing Audi
comes straight on,
fuel. Yeah.
comes straight onto the pit lane to take on a bit more fuel. Doesn't need an awful lot.
Tyres.
And did it take on tyres as well?
Yeah.
And now he'll be able to, with a bit of luck, if not catch up the pack before. Yeah, the lights are still on the safety car, so we're not going to go green this time around. So they will be able.
Brilliant news for them.
They will be able to catch up to the back of the pack before we go back to green and be right back in the game, along with the number 73 car. That's Tazio Ortiz driving the Racers Edge Motorsport car, and number 70, the Dahlia Motorsport car with Jordan Wisely at the wheel. Also back on the lead lap, by the way, is Jordan Blekemolen in car number 38.
Yeah, he was fighting with the leaders and having a lot of fun. It was tyres and a splash of fuel for the number 61 Roadshagger Racing Audi. Joe Bradley was there for that. Shea Adam has stayed at Turner, and Francis Seldorf out of the car. He's been in it since the very beginning. What's the story then, Shea, with that pit stop strategy? Strategy or communications error?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a communication error that you guys stayed out and didn't come in, but Don Salama is the guy to have on the box if anybody can bring you back. Was it that they called you in too late? What was the issue?
Yeah, I just didn't hear anything on the radio, so Dylan and I were there together. We were doing a great job, and we didn't hear anything for a while. We didn't even know the pits were open, so I think it was just maybe because we were first in line, we were late to hear it or something, I don't know, but yeah. So.
Initiation by fire. You were out there for more than 2 hours. How do you enjoy endurance racing?
Right, that was a lot. So last year I did VP Challenge, and that was like 3 VP Challenge races all in one. So I got so focused, I honestly didn't think about it, but it was a long time, and it was fun. Dylan and I had a great stint out there. So.
What's the deal with the hippo on your car? I love it.
Yeah, so it's a family logo, kind of. So my grandfather used to put it on sailboats and stuff like that, kind of tried to make a clothing brand. This is our way of bringing it back. His name's Clyde. So.
Clyde, love it. Thanks, Francis. Good luck.
Thanks for having me.
The 61 Audi back into the pits and now back out. And Gavin Emstone, you guys have had to be very, very patient and let this race come back to you, haven't you?
Yeah, and look, we really think it will. The car was amazing out there. It's so easy to drive, and it was just incredible, just putting in fast lap after fast lap, which for me, I'm the AM driver, right? I'm the quote-unquote gentleman, and for the car to be that good was just amazing. John's the pro, so who's going to start bringing the big heat in a minute, isn't he?
I've been given the task of congratulating you and Kelly on your first child. Welcome to the real world.
Thank you so much. Little George is at home watching. He's got his Roadshagger onesies on, and he got to watch Dad drive the car around in the front for a bit. So there we are. Congrats, George.
Get in touch when he's ready for a Bambino, mate. I've got a good dealer for you. Thanks, Gav.
Bambino kart, yes, absolutely. Puncture for the number 70, Jordan Wisely, Hyundai Elantra. That's another punch for the Daytona Motorsports.
Was that a little while ago? That
no, that's just happened.
That's a shame, because he just got back on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's coming back round slowly in that number 7 7T car, just ahead of John Morley, actually.
Is it Speedway 2 at the moment? So
really?
quite a long way
back?
to go. Yeah.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay. Well, that was horrible for him. As he's coming round the circuit right
Is that why we're still under caution?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. They don't want to go green. Yeah, he's right down on the. Oh, he's lost the front tyre carcass, so that was a good call not to go green. He's trying to run on the grass to keep that a little bit cooler.
It is giving the 61 Audi, the former race leading car that ran out of fuel, it's given it's Christmas Day for them, because they can catch up to the back of the train, and they've got a really fast race car, so they can fight
John
now.
Morley is a really fast driver as well.
Yeah.
Those two Audis are going to be having quite a scrap here, I think, at the front here with Mikey Taylor, number 17, and John Morley, number 61. Jordan Wisely is an interesting story. I mean, he didn't know really much about racing this time last year. He came here to film he's a sort of producer, bit of an actor, director, whatever, you know, in the movie industry. Lives in Los Angeles. He's from Mustang, Oklahoma. What a fabulous name. And this team that he's driving for, Dahlia Motorsports, they're based in Edmond, Oklahoma, right by Hallett Racetrack. And Jordan kind of fell in love with the sport when he came here for the first time. Met the team because he was filming with Hyundai, that's a Hyundai team, and they invited him to come along to the track and have a run in the car. He had a great time. He went fairly well. They said, look, he said, I really want to do some of this. So they did a deal. He did half a dozen races last season, and this is going to be his first full season of racing. That's Jordan Wisely in that wheel of that number 70 car at the moment with the problem. He's onto the pit lane now.
Good news, as we said, for John Morley with that Gen 2 Audi with the reverse swan neck holding up the rear aerofoil. It's mounted like that so that the airflow off the top of the car gets cleanly onto that rear wing. Now, he did a lot of testing to decide that the sedan version, the booted version of that car, was more aerodynamically efficient than the hatchback. Meantime, the number 70 Hyundai has got into the pit lane. That was a Brian Herter Autosport front wheel that came off that car. Pace car lights are out. John Morley is back on the back end of the safety car train, and it'll be Mackay Stevens for JMF Motorsport who will bring them round with Jensen Altman.
Wait a minute,
right with his tailpipes.
That's the number 38 car that's out front ahead of Mackay, but it hasn't taken the wave around.
Yeah, that's the car that was meant to be back on the lead lap.
Yeah,
that could have taken the wave around and hasn't.
Yeah, that's what it would appear. It was certainly eligible for it. It was the lead car. It is the first car well, it's actually not one lap down, technically, because he's ahead of the race leader, which is going to be Mackay Stevens in that car number 34. That's bizarre, but Mackay, I fear, might be kind of swallowed up here. You can see he was struggling a bit towards the end of that last stint.
Green flag, we're racing, and let's see if that Porsche does play a part here as they go across the line and down towards turn 1. Stevens tries to the outside to put that 38 Porsche back.
On the outside of Jerome Blekemolen.
Yeah, that's the race leader behind Jerome Blekemolen. Blekemolen in that car at the moment. For some reason, and we're not sure, did not take the wave by that he would have been allowed. An hour and 24 minutes to go. Down the inside for the Turner cars, down the outside for the Turner cars. They're hunting in packs here. The 95 and 96 almost coming together on the exit of the International Horseshoe. Through to the kink.
Yeah, they've got some work to do. They're back in the 18th and 19th positions, but the two BMWs towards the front here, Gregory Learfucci, car number 43 in third position, and Kenton Cook, we talked about that, Random Vandals, BMW, the green and white car in fourth place. Not for long, I fear, I fancy.
One more pit stop for everybody at the front of the field. 3 cars across the track, and right in the middle is Jensen Altman. Down on the low side, the Stephen Cameron orange and blue BMW. Up on the top is the Random Vandals BMW. Two Beamers with a Ford Mustang, the new for 24 Ford Mustang. In behind them, another couple of cars, including the TGM Aston Martin that locks up and hits the back of Ken Cook going into the Le Mans chicane. Jensen Holtzman staying out the way there. Here comes Daniel Morad in the number 57. Windward Racing AMG GT4. Also in the mix there, Core Motorsport, Luca Mars, former Mazda MX-5 racer. He knows all about close racing. And he's squeezed his way through. This is great news for Mackay Stevens, who's pulled away to 2.3 seconds over Jensen. Well, it's not Jensen Holtzman now in second place.
Well, it was 2.3 seconds.
It's now 0.2 of a second as they go across the line.
Because the BMW is doing about 20 miles an hour faster on the front straight. That's amazing. But
Blinkenmolen's got through. Blinkenmolen, oh no, he was already there, excuse me. So Blinkenmolen has pulled away a little bit. And so Kai Stevens has got the dual problems of having a very experienced and fast driver almost a full lap down ahead of him, whilst behind him he's actually got a battle for the lead with Ken Cook, Gregory Leofug and Matt Plum and Daniel Morad, Luca Mars, Jensen Holtzman, Trent Hindman. Robert Liddell's just in behind Michael De Quesada as well. The top 10 separated by just 3 seconds. Random Vandals down the inside for the lead of the race, and Ken Cook leads it. The tall fella, the affable former MX-5 racer, another one who's come up through MX-5, takes the lead in the motor race and sets off. Might even be getting a little bit of a draft here, Peter, from the car ahead, that almost lapped BGP Porsche.
And that's really important, because then Jeroen Bleekemolen will drop off the lead lap effectively. He is still just on the lead lap by a matter of meters, and I think with that BMW that it's going to be so difficult to hold it off on the straight. It's so fast.
Yeah, but Mackay Stevens just held off Gregory Leofug going into the chicane there, breaks deep, maintains that currently second position. They get onto the banking now though. Just watch that orange and blue BMW go.
Turner BMW as well, trying to make up time after that snafu on the last yellow 3 across the track. Again goes to the high side. The Supra down below, Porsche in the middle, and one of the two Turner cars, that is the 96 machine with the yellow bonnet. 95's got the white hood on that car, still 3 wide. The Supra's in there as well. 2 Porsches, 2 Supras, an Aston Martin and 2 BMWs, as quick as you like through turn 1 and turn number 2. Then the rest of the field coming through. Robert Liddell is still in the mix there, 10th position. Andrew Davis, just heard from the team, Andrew Davis has been debriefing after the middle stint there. Absolutely effervescent about this new car, and was getting way more out of it than they expected at this stage of the development of the car. And at the moment, Robert Liddell has got Robbie falling right up his tailpipes at the moment.
Jeroen Bleekemolen has dropped off the lead lap, so Kenton Cook has got by. So race leader has gone by Jeroen Bleekemolen, who was sort of leading the pack but trying to keep on the lead lap, and he hasn't. Leofug in the other BMW, the blue and orange machine for Stephen Cameron Racing, I think is about to pile on the pressure. Oh dear.
It's the number 21 Porsche going long, the Raiden Racing Vesco Kozarov driven car. 17th position for that car.
Guitar car.
That's the guitar car, yes it is,
And the 8th different leader in this race then I think is Kenton Cook in that Random Vandals BMW, and he's certainly looking good here now. We've still got though an hour and 18 minutes to go in this race, and one more pit stop for everybody.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Hello to James O'Donnell,
at least
on route home. He's in Doha, watching and listening at the moment. Thank you, James, for some of your time. Nick Palmer's watching at home as well, and a great spot by Josh Barrett, Jeremy. The reason, of course, that BGP Porsche couldn't take the wave by is that the BMWs didn't stop the first time around.
Yeah, but before we go back to green,
there's a final wave by.
Yeah. I would have thought it would have been like, because that's when the TCR cars went back past.
True. Yeah.
So you should have had one more opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely right.
But it's up to the driver and or team to make that call. There's no compunction. They're certainly not going to be told by race control to go past.
We've got a significant car in the pit lane. This is the Kai Stevens number 34 machine taking full service. Our BDO pit lane team on hand. Looks like okay, Steve staying in the car. It's 4 new Michelin tyres. They're waiting on the fuel and still waiting for the fuel. How close are we to the end? An hour and 20 minutes. Surely they're not going to try and stretch it to that. There's not a chance here.
They need another stop, but the last pit stop at least will be a short one. So now, I mean, he's comfortably on the lead lap right now. He certainly hasn't got he's got a fast enough car certainly to stay on the lead lap. And the final pit stop, they hope, will be shorter than everybody else's.
Robbie Foley got past Robin Liddell and Jensen Holtzman last time around. In fact, Jensen got past Robin as well. So Foley the leads. Turner Motorsport car now back up to 8th position and 4.5 seconds away from the leader, Kent Cook, who has 3/4 of a second on Gregory Leafood in the Steve Cameron Racing BMW. So 2 G82 GT4s at the head of the field. In TCR, Mikey Taylor still leads for the Phoenix, pretty much. Back from the dead, the JDC Miller Motorsport Audi leading from Mark Wilkins and Denis Dupont in the 98 and 76 Brian Herter cars. As the Smooge Racing 23 car, many laps down, still in there. It's Corey Heim, but still battling with the cars at the sharp end. Shim, they had the problems actually with the car that was somewhat recalcitrant to refire after the pit stops. Here comes Gregory around the outside of the lap BGB car. Now it's important now that that car doesn't hold the rest of the field up. Once you've got a lap down from the leader, I have no problem battling to steer on the lead lap, but Jerome Blekemolen knows that he would not like to be in that situation.
Yeah, and the BMW, the Porsche, excuse me, it's really quick through the corners. It just doesn't have the straight line speed of some of these other cars, so he's able to make some ground there through turn 6 and onto the banking. But now the pressure's going to tell with the BMWs moving large in his mirrors. And in 3rd position on the road, Matt Plummer, he just set that car's fastest lap of the race. That's car number 46 running in 3rd position. Also ditto for Robbie Foley in car number 96, who's all the way up now into 8th position with his teammate Robert McGuinness a couple of seconds behind him. There's 2 Turner Motorsport BMWs that slipped back in the back after missing the opportunity to pit with the leaders during that last caution period.
I have a feeling that Jerome Blekemolen is going to get a little tap in a minute just to remind him that he's a lap down.
I think he's going to need it now. Here comes the pit lane in any case.
He's dived to the pit lane, right, so I think that was probably just as well. So I could almost feel the frustration there from Gregory Leafood in 2nd position, and he locks up the left front Michelin tyre. That's an opportunity then for Matt Plum. Kenton Cook will be buying a adult beverage for Jerome Blekemolen because he stretched out to a 2.5 seconds or so. He's got traffic now, so that'll all come back. Here comes Trent Hinman up the 5th position. He got past Robbie Foley, Luca Mars and Michael de Quesada last time around. No, not quite past Luca Mars yet. He's sitting in behind him. I thought he'd gone through there for a moment, but he's got past Robert McGuinness anyway, up into 8th position. 8.5 seconds now between the top cars. This is not the race to the flag. This is the race to the final pit stop. There are people who are driving flat out, and that certainly would include Robbie Foley. There are people who are playing other strategic games. Right now, if you save fuel in the draft, your last pit stop will be shorter, and you can get back some of that track position.
Very true. I don't think that's the game being played right now by the number 96 Turner BMW. I think they're driving angry at the moment after that unfortunate miss of the pits on the last full course yellow, which cost them dearly. They went from cruising away at the front of the race, leading it, to right at the back of the GS pack. So, but they're already, Robbie Foley is now up into 7th position. He's just gone past Luca Mars.
Raiden Racing with the guitar car, the number 21 Porsche. Looks like overheating from the engine in that Cayman 718. We've got a box there, and I've never seen the engine in that car. I know there's one there somewhere, but it's not that easy to get to. And there's a few IMSA officials there as well. Joe Bradley is down there, is passing a practiced eye over it.
Yeah, the coolant was coming from the left front corner, which is where the radiator is housed. So they've got debris in there, which is was quite a heavy leak as well. It was absolutely blasting out, so obviously under pressure. But that's what, it wasn't so much the overheating, it was that it lost its coolant.
Joe Bradley, BDO pit lane report. Fastest lap of the race last time around by Robert McGuinness and Turner Motorsport. He's inside the top 10. Dispatched Robert Liddell, who's dropped back actually all of a sudden. So
no, he's just, I mean, he lost a position to one of the BMWs, but other than that, he's, and for the first time out in that new Evo Aston, John, they're going to be pretty pleased with that. They came here for the test last weekend, and they had problems with the car and barely ran at all.
I was saying there, the team sent a message through that Andrew Davis got much more out of the car than they were expecting. They targeted a finish with the fingers crossed that it might be somewhere near the top dozen or so, and that's exactly where they are at the moment. Mia McLaren with left front damage on the aerodynamic parts of that number 69 car for Michael Di Casada, and that car then sitting in 6th position. TCR at the moment being led by Mikey Taylor, JDC Miller Motorsports. The car that literally has come back from the dead, did not practice, missed most of the qualifying sessions. Electrical faults meant that car would not start. Where do we start with that? Well, let's start with the battery. We'll change the battery. Let's change the ignition pack. Let's change everything we can. The only thing they had not changed on this number 17 Unitronic Audi RS3 TCR was the ECU. They didn't have a spare one. There wasn't a spare one here. The Audi Motorsport machine in North America, nowhere near what it was a few years ago, as Audi have somewhat withdrawn from motorsport, still trying to support its customers. The good news was they found someone who had a TCR that had been crashed. Problem was, it wasn't in Florida. It wasn't even in the US. It was down in Mexico. They somehow managed to persuade the owner of the car to go to his lockup, pull the ECU and the control box out of it, get on a plane to Orlando and get picked up. 20 minutes before the cars rolled out, it was fastened into the car and the car fired. And that is where that car, that is how that car is even in the race. They started dead last in TCR. They're leading at the moment by 2.1 seconds over the Hyundai and the two Hyundais in second and third.
And there's just been a switch between those two Hyundais. The Brian Herta Autosport car, the 98 of Wilkins, has dropped back. Denis Dupont in the number 76
which is also
car.
a Brian Herta car.
It's just not painted
colours.
like it.
Yeah.
So the team cars. Oh no! Lafougue from second.
Gregory Lafougue has stopped on the back straight in the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW, that very distinctive blue and orange car. Just want to make one quick point of TCR. John Morley, having lost a lap when that car, the car losing a lap, when the car ran out of fuel with Gavin Ernstone behind the wheel, went one tap too long, he's now back up into 4th position. Oh, no, Stephen Cameron Racing, this is disastrous for them.
This is very likely could be a full course yellow, and that means that Mackay Stevens in the number 34 John Farrell Mercedes and Jeroen Blekemolen in the Porsche, they could be quids in here because they've just had a pit stop. Now it would need to be a very long yellow for them not to need to stop again.
Fell off the lead lap after that pit stop.
And that would get him back onto the lead lap, yeah. So they're, for different reasons, that would be good for them. But I think particularly Mackay Stevens
car is still on the lead lap.
Yeah, correct.
the John Farrell car,
Yeah.
the Mercedes. Yeah, so for different reasons, this definitely plays in their favour.
Kenton Cook then still green at the moment and still with a 2.5 second lead. Race control will be talking to the team will be talking to the driver. Can you get it going again? He's not on the track, but he's not a long way off the track, and
that's dangerous.
That is dangerous on a fast part of the circuit. That would have been grass not so very long ago. It's been tarmacked over. I don't see that car moving. It's still got the headlights on. An hour and 7 minutes to go. This is going to be very interesting. There's a quick pit stop by the number 13. That is Jensen Altsman, Macumbi Michelin Racing. Now, Macumbi Michelin Racing has won every race so far this weekend. The two master races that we've seen, and Jensen Altsman comes back out. They are anticipating a full course yellow here, and there's another car off at the Le Mans chicane. And that was the
Daly car, I think, isn't it?
Is it the Daly car?
The Hyundai Elantra.
Full course yellow. An hour and 7 to go. An hour and 7 to go, and the full course yellow is out. And Jensen Altsman and Macumbi Michelin Racing have just made their stop. An hour and 6 to go. They'll be turning that car on and off. Hey, Jensen, can you hear us on the radio? Yeah, I've got you guys. What do you need? If you just reach behind you, there's a pair of pink fluffy slippers there that we want you to put on to get to the end.
Oh, question is Mackay Stevens in the 34 Mercedes, John Farrow, they pitted with about an hour and 15 to go. That's going to be a very, very long. It would need to be a long yellow, I think, for them to get away without another stop. So they've got to make that decision now, though, whether they come in and top up and be with everyone else.
Yeah, they'll come in and top up, I think, with everybody else,
because they're on the late lap.
They're on the lead lap, so they'll come in. They'll
and they're not going to give away any position.
And by the time, are the pits? Well, wait a minute. Are the pits going to be open? Have we gone 15 minutes?
It's a very good
great point,
It was
Jeremy.
107. It was 124.
Yes,
24 minus 7 is 17 minutes. So
Ooh.
just over the 15 minutes. Otherwise, if it had been less than 15 minutes, it would be what's termed a short yellow, where we do not go through the pit opening and pit stop sequences. But it isn't, so we do.
We did stay green for a little while.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Good point.
They didn't come out straight away whilst race control were assessing the situation.
Yeah, brilliant.
Look, you know, everybody, it's easy to have a go at officials. Easy to be Monday morning quarterbacks, isn't it? But
it's a smart call.
I'll say this about the IMSA officiating in all of the championships. What they try to do is not affect the racing. Safety, obviously, has to come first, but a little bit of common sense, a little bit of a breath sometimes before you hit the big full course yellow, but which actually doesn't exist, but I really wish it did, that there was a big sort of the voice style full course yellow, but just a little bit of a breath and a bit of patience. Sometimes things can resolve themselves, or they do not want a race to be decided by a call that they make in race control, notwithstanding the safety concerns. And as Jeremy said, smart officiating, we have no problems with that at all. So we will be somewhere, and the pits are open this time around. So it's going to be, if everybody fills to the max, it's going to be an hour-long run to the finish.
Yeah, a bit less than an hour, but that's going to be awfully tight for the GS cars. I mean, this is a fast track, obviously, Daytona International Speedway. So basically they could do about 50 minutes or so, and they're going to have more than that. So I think we're probably going to be, unless if there is another false caution, they should be able to make it to the end from here. But if there isn't, it's going to be really interesting in the final 10 minutes or so.
Shea Adam has the leader, and that is Kenton Cook.
And there's a bit of damage to either side of the front of this BMW. Rubber bits hanging out, looking like eyelashes. Mechanic just haphazardly yanks the one off of the right-hand side. I'd imagine he'll do the same to the left. Maybe Kenton had a bit of contact at the front of the car that knocked it loose, but they are doing 4 sticker Michelin tires and as much fuel as humanly possible to try and get him to the checkered flag. Further back, they're doing the same thing with the number 46 Team TGM Aston Martin. Matt Plum staying aboard for that one to the checkers, fuel and tires. Joe?
Trapped behind the 69 McLaren. That's hopefully, well, it's going to be a stretch getting this car to the finish at this stage, isn't it? The 69 McLaren taking on tyres, brand new unscrubbed rubber going on the McLaren just ahead of it. The number 19, that's the Aston Martin of the Van der Straat team. And now the McLaren clears off the jacks. It comes off the jacks now, get a lovely soundbite as it pulls away. Lovely little bit of tyre screech there, and just behind, just stays behind the Aston Martin number 19.
The tire change took too long for Kenton Cook, and the fuel nozzle came out. It was still about another 10 seconds after that before Kenton was moving once again. So he has lost the lead and dropped back several positions. Also coming into the pit lane, it's Chad McCumbee aboard the 13 for McCumbee McAleer Racing now for that Ford Mustang GT4. He took a further splash of fuel. They're going to try and roll the dice.
Actually, what happened here, they didn't come in the first time around. So the Smooge, Corey Lewis, Smooge Racing 68 Toyota, and Trent Hinman, they stayed out when everybody else came in. That's because they hadn't long been in the pit lane, Jeremy.
Well, they were with everybody else. So they elect to say, I mean, they reckon it's going to go green from here, and everybody's going to need another pit stop, so they get the track position now, and everybody else has to make another pit stop later on. What I'm wondering about, though, is why we didn't wait for all of the cars to pack up behind the safety car before they open the pits. That's unusual, and normally when the caution comes out, you pack up behind the safety car and then you open the pits a lap later. The pits opened a lot earlier than usual, and that certainly impacted particularly number 34 car, who wasn't even close to catch up the back of the pack, so they elected to stay out. That's the JMF Mercedes.
Got another car that stopped actually within this full course yellow. Gordon Scully has stopped in the Sebok Simpson Motorsport 67 Porsche. Meantime, with an hour to go, well, all the TCRs have got to come, haven't they? Because they'll go from here. So then we just get the TCR race. They'll be led in by one of the stories of the race. This could be one of the stories of the season, and we're only at the first round. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. Shea Adam is at the pit lane area for Mikey Taylor and the number 17 Audi Shea.
The question is 2 tires or 4, because 4 tires does give you a grip advantage, but the rear tires are just there to keep the exhaust off the ground, and that's what JDC Miller Motorsport is doing. They are changing the front tires only on this stop because the fuel load should not take them the length of time to where they could get away with changing the rears as well. Very delicate as far as they are concerned for making sure that the tires are seated properly, the wheel nuts are all in place. Car drops off the air jacks too soon, actually, and the tire changer can't quite complete the left front. Now he's able to get it done, but the car was well done fueling for way before. 76 is away and rolling. Brian Hurd Autosport's leading this thing.
That's the Rockwell Autosport development car that's just gone by the Audi RS3 into the pits, and a very well regimented pit stop, and he just ekes out, and it's 3 wide at the pit exit there, getting very, very intense there going out for the final time.
Pick the bones out of that one. We need to have a look at the photo. The Rockwell Autosport car might have got its nose ahead there in that very brightly coloured car. It was the race between them and Denny Dupont. Denny's come out first. Let's see where the Rockwell car follows out with Tom O'Gorman behind the wheel. That was the car that came in second place, and that's jumped the car that was leading.
And the drivers of number 76 car, which is it's shared by, they've got 3 drivers there. Preston Brown, who started, and Nick Loymans did a brilliant middle stint, and Denny Dupont, who we know is fast. Those 3, they of course drove with the Rockwell Autosport development team for the last couple of years. So they switched across there, and here they are now effectively first and second in the class.
Yeah, exactly so. John Morley, Tom O'Gorman, Tazio Otis, Denny Dupont, Mikey Taylor and Mark Wilkins will be the 7 TCR cars, the 6 TCR cars, excuse me. Oh, add Jacob Daly to that as well, actually, the 7 drivers who battle to the end of the race. They are fueled. The TCRs are fueled to the end of the race. The GS cars, question mark, question mark. If it goes green, I can't see everyone getting to the end. Not at pace. And the problem is here, if you're flat out for such a long time, Peter, on the lap.
And that's potentially what the top 3 cars in GS, as we look at it right now, are banking on. They did not stop. There are 3 cars that did not stop in GS there at that opportunity, and they are the number 28 Porsche, the RS1 Porsche that's now driven by Trent Hindman, had been driven by Orson Crowns and Stephen McAleer, the number 68 Toyota for Smooch Racing, Kevin Conway, John Giesbrecht, and Corey Lewis is driving it right now, and Mackay Stevens in that Mercedes, the 34 car. Are they going to take this opportunity now? They are. So everyone will then have pitted. 2 of them have.
They'll stay out now.
So the RS1's in.
RS1's in, and I think the Toyota is 2.
No,
is it?
It's the other Smooch Racing car that's coming in.
So just the RS1 Porsche then.
And Carl Whitmer as well for the Montreal.
So
Honda.
is then...
Oh no, Hindman's come in.
Correct,
Okay.
in the RS1 Porsche, yeah. So I wonder then if the RS1 team are thinking, right, we are putting fuel in it at the last possible moment. Yes, we will lose track position, but maybe they're banking on thinking if we're putting fuel in it at the last possible minute, we might be able to get home without pitting.
It didn't need that much fuel because they're nowhere near pulling getting the wheels on, and the fuel hose was out quite a long time ago. It's a bit of a traffic jam further up the pit lane with the 93 Honda and the 88 bright green Aston Martin. The Honda has cleared the Aston as it goes back out. That's Joe Bradley's end of things. Was there a coming together there, Joe, or was it just trying to manoeuvre around people?
Not at all. The Honda TCR was in first, then in came the 88 Aston Martin, bright green livery there, very distinctive. That's what you could hear in the background. And the Aston, so the Aston pulled in front of it at like 45 degrees with the nose pointing towards the pit wall. But the Honda made no problem there, didn't even hardly get pushed back, and then just made its way out of its pit. I think it looked tighter than it actually was.
Good news is with the front wheel drive car, you just spin up the front wheels and let it pull itself round. So 55 minutes to go. There'll be another minute or 2 to pack everybody back up to do the final wave by. It's going to be close to that 50 minutes that Jeremy Shaw was talking about for the GS cars. No problems for the TCRs. Let's have a quick word with Stephen McAleer in this BDO pit lane report.
All right, Stephen McAleer. So the question is, did you guys wait that little bit extra because now you can go to the end of this race, green flag expected?
Yeah, it's still going to be tight for the Porsche there. We calculated our fuel. We're maybe a little short. We're obviously better than all the cars that came in first. The thing that we worry about is cautions breed caution. So, if we get another one at the start here, the cars that pitted before us are going to have track advantage. So, super proud of Austin. It's his first IMSA race. He had a blast. A lot of pressure on him, knowing he was handing it off to Trent and myself. But we thoroughly enjoyed it. We've got 54 minutes on the clock, and we've got Trent Hindman in the car, so we're certainly not worrying.
Fingers crossed for green flag racing.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned, safety car lights are out.
Yeah.
And pulls down onto the infield. It'll be Corey Lewis who will come through. There are lap cars in line. Green flag. 3 cars between first and second. Cross the line, they go down towards turn 1. Remember, the second, third and fourth in line are not part of the battle, so watch further back from that. Here comes the red-white car, Mackay Stevens. It's the red-white AMG that is second place and has got to clear those lap cars really quickly. Robin Liddell right in the mix as well there. And in and out for the TGM number 64 Aston Martin. Hugh Plum with a splash of fuel. So, well, if Joe Vardy comes in for a splash of fuel there, oh, there's going to be a penalty for Robin Liddell. This is the second mistake they've made in the pits, and it's cost, both of them have cost dear. It'll be a drive-through for the new car Rebel Rock Racing with the Vantage Evo, and that will drop Robin Liddell out of contention. Oh, that is such a shame. They were desperate just to be up there towards the front. The cars had pace, the team have done well, but 2 mistakes in the pits, and that has cost them dearly. 3 wide with Aston Martin at the top. In the middle is one of the Supras, and down at the bottom is Kenton Cook. He's going to get some help from an AMG. Nice variety there. Lewis from Kai Stevens, who has cleared the traffic now. Best lap of the race by Robert McGuinness. He's now in 3rd position. He's got ahead of his teammate Robbie Foley. 1:53.955 set some time ago. Here comes the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin, the number 19 car. Valentin Haskell in the blue and white number 19. He's down on the bottom of the racetrack. Robin Liddell is pushing him along. I suspect Robin will pull to the left-hand side and in the pit lane to do his drive-through this time. Yes, he will. Giving himself all of 52 minutes or so to make some position back. We've also got a penalty for another car there. It's the Tim Lewis Alfa Romeo. They're many laps down. That was refueling. Oh, that was a thud.
Morad.
That was the 96 Daniel Morad hitting the Turner Motorsport car of Robbie Foley. And you heard the thud.
It's pretty stout, wasn't it?
Well, I was actually looking at something else, not even looking at the screen, and I turned round because I heard it in the headset. My goodness me, Matt Plum getting an advantage there as well, round the outside.
And the McLaren in there as well.
That McLaren, it's not the most frugal of cars, the 69 Sport in Action Mia McLaren.
I doubt it will be with a big chunk out the front left corner of it either. That's not going to help with the aerodynamic performance. It's slow for the BMW.
Yeah, that car's
so it's
several
just pulling out
laps
of the way.
down, just getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Slick smart.
So here comes Ken Cook there.
Ken Cook in the random Valdels.
Tell you what, those two have been battling over the last couple of years in different series. It's been a similar scenario there.
Have we still got that lap BGP car in there as well, with Spencer Pumpelly in it? Yes, we have. That's the 38 car. He's a lap down, but obviously we're trying to get back to the front of the field. He's ahead of, is that the 95 car he's ahead of? Yeah. So he's actually second to Corey Lewis, who's about 10 or 15 yards up the road, but that said, he's going to lose positions to the BMW. Surely Cook on the high side over the tri-oval, gets past Robbie Foley. The BMW looks huge next to the Porsche Cayman as they turn through 1 and 2, but the Porsche very nimble, able to get the power down. Corey Lewis then for Toyota Supra and Smooth Racing with just on a second of an advantage.
Corey Lewis didn't pit at the last caution, so they're very unlikely to make it to the end without a stop. To be honest, we think that the rest of the field might need 1-2, but he'll need a much longer one, of course.
I think there's a few people who reckon they'll get to the end.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's certainly what RS1 we're banking on. I don't think Stephen absolutely categorically confirmed that, but we can read enough between the lines.
Yeah, it's still going to be nail-biting all the way to the end. This is what we have come to expect from the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Hello, if you are just joining us around the world or around the circuit on 107.9 FM WWDIS. Huge crowd here for the 62nd running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, settling in for a quiet Friday night where there'll be some gentle chat backwards and forwards by the campfires. Lewis then leads, and here comes Spencer Pumpelly trying to get back on the lead lap in that BGB Porsche. Battles behind him, Ken Cook, Robert McGuinness, then it's Daniel Morad.
Who's done a really good job.
Yeah,
really good job, Daniel Morad.
Oh,
yeah, very impressive. In fact, Winward Racing, a Mercedes.
How about Bryce again in that opening?
He did good job.
Stayed in the top 10.
Yeah.
Stayed in the top 10 all the way through that first stanza of the race. Valentin Haase-Klot.
So there goes.
Excuse me. 3.5 seconds back in 10th position. Round the
Spencer
outside.
Pumpelly does get the lap back.
He's got the lap back. And it's side by side for the lead of the race. Supra being ganged up on by BMWs, but the BMWs are hurting each other there. A little bit of friendly fire from the Munich legends. Cook round the outside and the exit of the International Horseshoe. Just got on the exit curb a little bit too much and it unsettled the car. Sitting in behind them, the dark blue and black AMG of Daniel Morad. Gets down the inside of the Turner car. He's on the wrong side for the Western Horseshoe, but sometimes you can tough it out there and make it work. Has he got the grip coming off the corner? He might have. He's gone past one of the BMWs and now he's in position to take the slot away from Ken Cook and go into second place. I think he's done it, you know. But who's got the ponies coming out of there? We know the BMWs are so quick, particularly the Turner BMW, so quick in a straight line. Cook goes immediately to the top of the circuit and sneaks back ahead. There was a moment when I thought Morad was ahead, and he certainly is now. He's getting help from Foley, who's pushing him ahead of the green and white Random Vandal's car. Here comes the second of the Turner cars, like it had a 15th Jerry Bruckheimer style gear as he chased up behind them. That's the strength of the draft here. That's extraordinary stuff. And it's still Corey Lewis who's held on to the lead in all of that.
Hope they've got cameras in these cars for the movie. This is make great footage for it. Fantastic. Yeah. Car 96, Robbie Foley right in behind his teammate number 95, Robert McGuinness, but Spencer Pumpelly continues to just amaze, doesn't he? Just fighting his way hard onto the lead lap, and he'll be hoping for another caution and get back into this fight as Morad goes down hard to block the number 95 Turner car coming into turn 1, and Corey Lewis in the lead of the race still. I think he's maybe struggling a little bit on the tyre. I think the cars behind him have got fresher tyre too.
Yeah, it looks like the car, the GR.
The top 8 cars in this race separated by 1.7 seconds as it came across the line. Is this a Formula Ford race?
Meantime, John Morley is right with Mikey Taylor for the lead of TCR. Two cars who've had their issues in this race. Oh, pick a winner out of those two for who's got the best story this weekend. Mechanical black flag for the number 39. Out on the circuit at the moment. That's not one of the cars involved.
That's the pole sitter. That might be a gaffer tape mishap, possibly. Yes.
Yeah. His game on again also in TCR with Mikey Taylor and John Morley, the two Audis fighting away as we suggested they might at the front. They got also in their wheel tracks the two Hyundais of Denny Dupont and Mark Wilkins.
Yeah, so the car barn BMW, which had that rear deck problem. With a mechanical black flag. Here comes Ken Cook, and this time he's clear. He's got clear green and white Random Vandal water between himself and Corey Lewis as he brakes and turns in left, right, left through the Le Mans chicane. McGuinness sitting in third place. Morad Foley, Matt Plum, Dick Caseda. It's a good run for Owen Trinkler and Matt Plum as well, isn't it? Still there.
Yeah, really good run.
That shows you how important that long hour and a half or thereabouts of Owen Trinkler was early on, and those early laps from Matt Plum when he kept the Turner BMWs honest.
So here we are, 45 minutes to go in the race. The top 8 cars within 1.7 seconds last time around. That included the BMW, Toyota was leading, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin and the McLaren, and the Ford Mustang only a second or so behind them as well.
Here comes John Morley for the lead in the TCR category across the line. He's going to try and go around the outside of Mikey Taylor in the yellow, black and white leading car. It's the dark grey car in second, the white, black and yellow car leading the race, different lines. And here comes Denny Dupont in the blue and white Hyundai, two Audis, a Hyundai, two Audis and two Hyundais actually, because we've got the Wilkins car right there as well, trying to come through. So this is now a 3-car scrap for the lead in TCR, a 10-car scrap for GS.
some charge from Denny Dupont, because those Audis have looked so fast all day. Hyundai's maybe struggled on the straights, but Dupont driving the wheels off it. And you're right, John, he's right there with those 2 Audis for the lead of the race in TCR.
10 position gain since the start of the race for Denis Dupont. At the moment, he's got a GS car trying to come through, and then behind that is the number 98, the blue car of, or light blue car, Mark Wilkins, Brian Herter, another Brian Herter Autosport run car, but in the more standard Hyundai N colours.
I wonder if Turner are splitting their approach here. I think they're sending the 95 out as the rabbit, the one with the white hood, and saying go for it and hope we get a yellow, whereas the 96 car going, we're going to fuel save hard and hope we don't get a yellow. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like right now to me.
We've seen Robbie Foley save fuel before as they come by to repass the Spencer Pumpelly BGB car, which now goes a lap down again. This could get spicy here. Spencer Pumpelly is mixing it with the leaders. This is not what either of those drivers needs, not what any of all 4 of the drivers now together, because here comes Daniel Morad again. This is good for him, bad for the 2 BMWs. Spencer Pumpelly trying to stay on the lead lap just in case there's one more intervention by the safety car. Cook goes around the inside into the kink on the infield. This is marvellous racing. IMSA Michelin Pilot challenging its absolute best into the pits for the 61. This is John Morley. Now, I did not expect to see that car coming into the pits. He's only been out for some 7 or 8 laps. So what is happening here is that surely not a problem. He's going very slowly in the pit lane. This is the chance of victory ebbing away for the 61 Simply Vegas Roadshagger racing car. He's barely going to get to his pit stop.
Mercedes.
That is incredible. They've done all the hard work after they ran the car out the fuel, and it's coming to a dead stop on the pit lane.
Big issue for car number 95. The Turner white hooded car just dropped 3 places in one sector.
Because Daniel Morad just blew past in there. That was bizarre. We haven't seen that all week.
No, there's something not right there at all.
It's dropped back behind his teammate.
He's tucking in, trying to save some fuel.
Correct. Spot on, Jeremy.
Yeah.
This is the 2 Turner cars working together as they did at the beginning of the race when they were absolutely unstoppable. So maybe they did just send the Robert McGuinness car quickly. They'd just driven either side of Daniel Morad. Fuel pressure pickup problem for the Roadshagger Racing Audi. So that car has struggled a couple of times to get the motion lotion to the injectors. This has cost them any chance of a decent race, and that has left Denny Dupont in 2nd place. Mark Wilkinson 3rd. So the Audi, the single Audi now with 2 Hyundais behind it in TCR. At the front of the field, Ken Cook leads for Random Vandals Racing in the green and white, number 92. Robbie Foley and Robert McGuinness, the Turner Motorsport twins, having to work together. Suspect that Robbie Foley might be just down a bit on his fuel numbers. Then behind that is a lapped car. That is Spencer Pumpelly in the BGB Porsche, the dark car with the green markings on it. Next up on the timing and scoring monitor is the Winward Racing Daniel Morad, number 57, which is the black and blue AMG. Ken Cook driving absolutely immaculately here.
He is, but so's Robbie Foley. It's almost like Robbie Foley's been given the go from the pits. Either saying, we're not going to make it anyway, go for it, Robbie, or you're fine, go for it, either or. But he just as if he just switched it on just like that. But Daniel Morad, wow, whatever he's losing on the straight in that AMG, he is making up for it in ferocity on the brakes, in the corners, in wheel-to-wheel combat. Well, he is a former world karting champion after all, so he does love a bit of a dust-up. Here comes the Turner car for the lead, the number 96.
And it'll be pushed there by its teammate, Kenton Cook can't battle the two cars himself. He'll stay to the inside down towards turn number 1, but they've double teamed him rather nicely here. Cook has to try and cut across and get between them here, which he does brilliantly, so that he gets an opportunity down into the international horseshoe.
That number 96 car there with Robbie Foley, the defending series champion, at the wheel. That becomes the 9th different leader in this race with 38 minutes on the nose remaining.
And still plenty of racing, I suspect, here. Yeah. Morad, just they can't, these 3 BMWs can't drop the AMG windward car. It was a double team by Turner to get the lead. No doubt Foley was quick. He got in the draft of the 92 Random Vandals green and white car, but then just got a little push from his teammates just to make sure he was through. Got to give some credit to all 3 of these BMW drivers. And Kenton Cook knew he was struggling there, but he stayed between the 2 BMWs, and Morad's down on the low side here as he comes through, and for a moment is up into 3rd position. Foley, at the moment, I don't think he's got the fuel numbers.
So he's now the rabbit.
Neither does Daniel Morad, we're hearing. So that car, Shea Adam down in the pit lane with this BDO report.
I've been asking people, you know how that works, if they're good on fuel. Daniel Morad is not good on fuel, and Kenton Cook is questionable.
I think everybody should be questionable.
Yeah.
The first of the cars that's kind of in the top 10 that will need a pit stop, however, will be number 34. Not for a little while yet.
RS1 down in 11th position think they can make it. They're 7 seconds away, and Chad McCumbee in the 13. That's the grey Mustang. They are close, and that might be a bit of fuel saving going on there. Denny Dupont has caught Mikey Taylor by all bar half a second for the TCR battle. This is the battle for 1st and 2nd. Meantime, into the pit lane. What a horrible, horrible, horrible 4 hours it's been for the Carbahn BMW. Started on pole position, had a problem with the rear deck, has been in and out of the pits, had a few issues and penalties. His car is still running. Jeff Westphal, though, 35 laps down on the leader, and he should be in this lead battle. They had the pace in that car. Kenton Cook then in 2nd at the moment, Foley leading. TCR cars in the battle at the moment. That's the Victor Gonzalez Racing Hyundai that the 3 leading GS cars have gone by.
Robbie Foley now the rabbit. It was the 95 car, McGuinness, for Turner, who was the rabbit. He's dropped back to be the tortoise, with certainly definitely a wildlife themed programme we've had this afternoon, hasn't it? We've had hippos, and it's rabbit at the front.
Release the hippo.
But Cook not, well, if you're questionable on fuel and he can stick with Robbie Foley and do a bit of fuel saving behind him, could that be the difference? If we stay green here, we are going to have one of the most tense finishes. Wow.
So hard here to save fuel. You normally do it by...
Except when you're in a draft there.
Well,
or braking zones, big braking zones though.
Lifting and coasting. I'm afraid the fuel pump fuel pressure issues has taken the road shagger number 61 behind the wall. A race that promised so much.
Big lifting.
Adam telling me the fuel pump, they believe the fuel pump has completely died.
Big lifting coast there for Kenton Cook coming into turn 1 behind Robbie Foley, and hasn't actually lost a great deal of time, so Robbie Foley wouldn't have had the same luxury. Morad up to 3rd.
Morad up to 3rd. BMW, AMG, BMW. 14 spots gained for Daniel, 15 spots now for Daniel Morad, making him the prime mover in GS. Still 34 minutes to go. I don't count out Matt Plum here, he's 1.7 seconds back. Michael de Quesada, another couple of seconds back. He's got Corey Lewis on his tail in that Super GR. Kai Stevens, another half a second back, and Luca Mars, another second back. There's there's lessons to be learned, and there are certainly headlines to be written here, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so impressed by that JMF team. I mean, it's a brand new team. They've come here with 2 drivers who've never driven at this level before, and here they are running in a top 8. That's a pretty amazing effort. I mean, they've done very few long runs either in this car, so they didn't really know what to expect coming in. But it's a tremendous race. I mean, it's between the BMWs. If they've got the fuel to get to the end, it's a fascinating contest.
Okay, so Shea Adam is watching. She watches body language, but she also watches people's faces, and she asks questions. And Shea Adam, there is going to be somebody who pulls the pin in a moment in that top 10. What do you know?
Yeah, Corey Lewis was the car that stayed out, and he is about to come in. And it's not so much body language that needed reading on this. It's the refueler actually picking up the hose and getting on the wall with the helmet on.
He didn't stop at the last pit stop, the last yellow, excuse me.
So he's going to need half an hour's worth of fuel to get him to the end from here. Side by side again for third. Daniel Morad doing a great job in the windward First Horizon AMG. Round the outside again for Robert McGuinness. Corey Lewis will drop off the back of this. What about the 46 though of Matt Plum is now back with that leading quartet. There's 5 of them together now. Then a wee bit of a gap to Corey Lewis, who we think's pinning this time or next time around. Mackay Stevens next up, then Luca Mars, Trent Hinman for the top 10. Valentin Hazard-Claw is not out of it either in the Aston Martin, just outside the top 10 for Van der Steur Racing in the blue and white car. Trent Hinman in the 28, lost a position, but we are fairly sure that that car, the RS1 car, red, white and black number 28, can get to the end. The question will be, at what pace can he get to the end? Trent Hinman is pretty handy when it comes to fuel saving.
Yes.
And if he's behind that Aston Martin by about a second, which he is at the moment, that's a small car hiding under the rear wing of that big Aston.
Yeah, you'd expect the little Porsche with the small frontal area to be pretty good on fuel. Naturally aspirated car. Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Still Robbie Foley leading. 31 minutes to go in TCR. Mikey Taylor by 3/4 of a second from Denny DuPont in the blue and white number 76. Then the Hyundai Works coloured Herder Autosport car, another couple of seconds further back. Then a big gap to everybody else battling. Round the outside, Morad, very, very brave on the brakes into turn 1, just rolls the car in almost effortlessly and tries to get alongside Kent Cook. That allows when Corey Lewis is in the pits now, as Shea's suggestion. Thank you very much. We'll let Shea keep an eye on that. Shea is at that end of things, I think. Yes, she is. Right side tyres and fuel. Oh no, 4. I can see a sticker Michelin slick coming out for the left-hand side as well.
Why not? I mean, you're going to be a long way back, so you're not going to catch the leaders. But if
there's a yellow,
and you're on fresh tyres,
there you go.
It's looking good.
They're in a good spot then. Yeah.
Grip advantage.
Even if there is a yellow and the others don't have to pit, at least you're on fresh tyres.
Yeah, and you get the time back. Just starting to see the first the first colours of twilight. As the sun dropping away towards the far side of the Speedway. What a great Fast Friday we've had, and you've seen and heard it all live here. 2 marvellous Mazda MX-5 races. Plenty of talking points there. Yesterday is already up on the IMSA radio site for audio, and I'm pretty certain it's up on the video on the YouTube, the official IMSA YouTube site as well. Working on getting today's up as well. I know Tiffany Dell's a big fan of the MX-5s. He'll be gutted that he missed the race yesterday. Here comes Kenton Cook in the Random Vandals green and white car, side by side for third, and this time Daniel Morad, he still holds on, even though the BMW was half a car's length ahead as they came in the braking area. And here comes Matt Plum in the TGM Aston Martin. the multicoloured car with the chrome blue and pink on it, in 5th position at the moment. The headlights just starting to look like they are making a slight difference behind the wall for the number 5 Alfa Romeo, who've had a torrid day.
3 of these drivers in this top 4 here have got a race in the Rolex 24 tomorrow. They're going to have to get into bed early tonight because they're going to be exhausted after this. But this is what the Rolex 24, I'm sure, in the last hour is going to look like, a big battle towards the end. So what that's for Foley, for Kenton Cook, for Daniel Morad, your top 3 right now. They're getting some great race practice in here, as well as going for the win here in this BMW M Endurance Challenge. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I tell you what, that McLaren Artura is hanging right there, isn't it? Michael De Casana, his first run with the Motorsport in Action team, running in the 6th position. He's about 3.5 seconds behind that train of 5 cars out front, but it's been a really, really good run for him on his debut with that team. This battle at the front, though, as they sweeping past one of the lap cars, the Racing for Alzheimer's number 51 entry.
And all of a sudden,
down after the earlier problems.
Yeah, good looking car though, and a great piece of yes, a great piece of visibility for a very good cause indeed. How about Matt Plum and Owen Trinkler back together again in the same car this year? Owen, after a very nasty testing fire, that's, if you weren't with us earlier on, he was telling us how traumatic that had been. He's been under anaesthetic 4 times for skin grafts. Change for 3rd as through goes McGuinness, just about slides through on Morad. Here comes Matt Plum round the outside here. Owen Trinkler, built tough from Nashville.
That little move there from McGuinness to get past Morad, that could be quite significant, because now he's got the clean air ahead of him and the grunt on the straight, and it's been hard work to get past Daniel Morad. He's putting up such a fight, but number 95 turned the BMW into 3rd then for Robert McGuinness, and sets his sight on the 2 other BMWs ahead of him, the 92 machine and the 96 of Robbie Foley.
TCR might be the biggest gap of the race, actually. Michael Taylor just pulled out a little bit over a second, I think, this time around, over the number 76 car of Denny Dupont.
Yeah, Denny's stuck. It's Robin Liddell coming back after that penalty that split those cars up for a moment, Jeremy, and I think Denny will try and hang on to the back of the Rebel Rock Racing Aston Martin Evo.
Last lap by Dupont was 0.2 of a second quicker in the Hyundai in 2nd place. So it was, sitting at a 2nd. That's chipped down to now 3/4 of a second when they came across the line. But Dupont might have lost a little bit of time with Robin Liddell coming through there in that GS class Aston Martin.
You want to be right underneath the Aston's wing when they go onto the high banks. I don't think he's quite close enough, but he's got a wee bit of a draft as he comes through now. Mikey Taylor with the reborn number 17, meantime at the lead of the race. It's still Turner BMW from Random Vandals BMW from Turner BMW. And in 4th place, it is Daniel Morad, but he's hanging on at the moment as here comes Matt Plum, has a look down the outside into the International Horseshoe. Has to drop back. You kind of want to say with 24.5 minutes to go, to Matt Plum and Daniel Morad, stop scrapping you two, because to stay with those BMWs and give us a real grandstand 5-car finish, you guys need to get in the draft and help each other.
I think it's the only way. Those BMWs have been so strong all week.
It's a consistent pace they're running at the front of the field. 56, very low 56s or high 55s. 1 minute 55. That's what they're running. The fastest lap of the race was set by the 3rd place car, Robert McGuinness, 153.9.
That was a while ago, though, Jeremy. Wasn't it?
It was. That was what? Yeah, it was. It was before the last caution period on lap 75. We've now completed 97 laps. Yeah, it's a consistent pace, as I say, that they're running. It's a fascinating contest. This is fun.
I reckon, though, that Kenton Cook is running that pace whilst using a lot less fuel. Because every braking zone, you see that green and white random Vandals car just ease back, and that's him breathing out the throttle early and then braking as late as he dares, and in doing so, using a little bit less fuel. He's now right under the boot lid of Robbie Foley, the leading car, the Turner car.
Does he go by, or does he just sit there? Who's that into the pit lane? That's one of the TCRs. It's the VGRT number 80, red and white car, dropping into the pit lane. Mackay Stevens into the pit as well for JMF Motorsport in that red and white AMG. So they were about 22 minutes short. What's that? Around about 10, 11 laps. Now, do they put tyres on that car? Left side tyres coming out there, Shea, I think.
Yep, and they're stickers, and maybe that's the only amount of time that they have for fuel, because remember, you don't need to fully refuel it, you just need to make it to the end of this race. There we go, the tire change is done, air jack comes out, waiting on the fuel.
Yeah, they need quite a bit of fuel because they did not pit under the previous caution.
Nick Damon back in the pit lane. What are you seeing at the moment on this PTO pit report?
Well, I've just seen the Turner fueler put his helmets on. He's putting on his fireproof gloves. They've been in a state of readiness, what you expect, but now they're going to top readiness. So I would, the basic question is really, do they just hang on and hope for a yellow, or just come in when they against plenty of fuel to get to the end? But they are very much, I would say, going to get one in the next couple of laps. There's not a point doing a bluff really, because it's not like you're trying to do an F1 bluff and get someone to come in for an undercut or an overcut. So, and they are looking very ready. Lots of helmets.
Across the bottom of the screen, for those of you on IMSA TV, the car number, or the position rather, the car number, the team name, and the last lap that they were in the pit. So the number, the leading 96 Turner Motorsport, last time they were in was lap number 79. We're on 98 at the moment. Also Random Vandal, same pit stop. Turner Motorsport in third, same pit stop. Winwood Racing, same pit stop. This is because it was a yellow flag. So that just tells you where everybody is on their pit run. However, RS1 in seventh, 81, only 2 laps different, but they have been running a different pace. They're still sitting in the top 10, handily at 7th for Trent Hindman, just biding their time. Even if they do need a pit stop, they may be able to gain time. Remember what we said, save a little bit of fuel in the draft. Stop 2 laps later, needs a little less fuel to get to the end. It's an absolute amount of time that fuel probe has to be on, Peter.
It's a minimal difference, because those 2 laps were caution laps. So, but it still counts. And I think this is going to come so close to the limit that that could be the difference. Now the Turner team, they actually have, because they have 2 such good cars here, 2 bullets in the gun, they can pit one and keep one out and just roll the dice with one and hope that they'll get a caution.
Which way around are they in the pits?
I think it'd be 95, 96. It has certainly been up to now. But I'm not sure, can they swap that around if they want?
No.
No, okay, so it's 95, 96 then. Nick Damon's in there asking the questions.
The 96 car won the championship, so they're closer to the front of the, as we are right now, they're at the first, they're further down the pit lane.
So it'll be 96 first, then 95.
96 from 95. Nick Damon is lurking with intent there. By the Turner BMW pits, the CrowdStrike APR pit next down, and further up the 2 pits for Chip Hart Racing.
Who are they?
That's a good point. Sonny Hayes.
So a little under 19 minutes to go then in this thrilling BMW M Endurance Challenge, and we still have to decide on a Michelin moment of the race, and I think we're keeping our powder dry on that one because I feel like there's a lot of fireworks to come. But for me, the front runner right now has got to be that number 17 JDC Audi that's leading in TCR. Started from the back, couldn't qualify, couldn't practice, couldn't start it, and here they are.
Whoa, problems for the number 23, was that? Toyota, number 23. That's been a really tough day for the
running a lap down,
drivers.
But we are running well.
Some smoke and flame coming out the back of that car. So we'll keep an eye on that. So TCR at the moment is fairly sorted for our Michelin moment of the race. I think whatever happens now, the fact that they got that car into the race, flew the ECU up with its owner, I think that's fairly nailed on. GS then we have to think about as well. And that one, I mean, honestly, get myself a magic 8 ball and put some numbers on it. Right here, right now. Daniel Morad, one of the biggest movers in the race after a great first stint by Bryce Ward. What about the comeback of Owen Trinkler and Matt Plum sitting in 4th and 5th, those two cars at the moment. And then you've got Random Vandals, 2nd position at the moment in that Kenton Cook driven car. What a race it's been for them. Plenty of stories in GS. We'll ask our team in a few moments' time. Is anybody of the team, Nick Damon, I know you're listening in and share, anybody could have thought anything else other than the JDC car in TCS?
Not for TCR.
No, not for TCR. Here's the battle for the GSs. And here's Daniel Morad. Look, close quarters fighting, and that AMG is a different machine. Yeah. This is like watching a boxing match where you've got somebody with a really long reach. The BMWs like it out in the open. They can keep jabbing and moving away. That AMG likes to work inside, get the body punches in, get underneath the guard and do a bit of proper old-fashioned scrapping.
I'd be worried that Daniel Morad's going to just blast right underneath and blow my chin off. He's fighting so hard right now.
Really
He's going for it, the tenacious Canadian.
Brilliant stuff from a team that had an up and down year last year, but Bryce Ward did get the victory, and that was fantastic to see for them. What a character. Russell, his son, taking on the running of the team as well. They got a base in Germany as well at Altenberg for their European operations, which includes DTM. Here's the BMWs back into the top 3 positions again, as Morad didn't try to fight that there. This is really smart. He's not leaning on his tyres too much, Jeremy. That's not a battle with 15.5 minutes to go. That's not a battle he needs to fight right now. That's smart.
Yeah, I mean, he can't fight it on the straight. Although the car has been fairly fleet, but he's not going to push his luck going into the Le Mans chicane, that's for sure. Here's Kenton Cook just tucked in right behind that Turner Motorsport BMW, trying to save as much fuel as he can.
Across the line. Cook again, just rolling up.
Cook must be using so much less fuel than Robbie Foley right now. Yeah, yes, they definitely are bunched together. So Robbie Foley is doing his very, very best.
I'm looking at where they're braking, but Shea Adam and Nick Damon are on the pit wall or on the pits. They can actually see and hear it, Shea, what's going on as they come down into turn 1. That's a good place to lift in coast.
They are lifting about 500 feet early into turn 1 are the 3 leading BMWs.
Because coming out of the Le Mans chicane.
Yes, you just hear the cessation of engine noise from the Munich base roundels. And then the Mercedes is still flat on it. And once again, black smoke out of that Toyota, but it's hanging on for now as it comes through the tri-oval now.
Still just one lap
that
down.
last lap for the leaders, by the way, is in the 58. So I talked about the fact they were lapping consistently high 59s, low 56s. All of a sudden they're 58.3. There might have been a little bit of traffic they had to work through, but I don't think it cost them a couple of seconds.
The best lap of the race at 154.4.
53.9.
53.9, excuse me, Jeremy, sorry, I'm looking wrong. 53, so you're miles off the ultimate pace. So just under 14 minutes to go now, and yet nobody's blinking yet. Yes, Turner are ready at the fueling station, but they haven't called either the leading number 96 car, Robbie Foley, in, or the third place car of Robert McGuinness.
Nick Damon, the fuel, has had that hose over his shoulder for quite a long time. Any chance he's going to use it in the near future?
My guess is, unless he enjoys and he's doing some strange sort of upper back workout, then yes, both of them have it. They're all there, fire extinguisher, the whole lot. They wouldn't do that if they were going to not do it. You're going to have your pit crew waiting like for 15 minutes. It's not really very fair. Without saying that, past me on the banking go both the Turner cars. They watch them round again. So who knows? But it is both cars. It's not one or t'other. It's both cars who are suited and booted and ready to go. I'm going to meander down to the RS1 team in a second. Well, we'll wait for Turner a couple of laps and see what they're planning up. There are a lot of people on pit wall, so the possibility is they're not totally confident about their fuel readings.
So I think they can do about 24 laps. Right now, they've done 24 laps, of which 3 were under caution.
Oh, that's going to be so close.
And we've got 12 minutes to go. That's going to be another 7 laps, probably.
Our BTO pit lane team, Joe Bradley, Shea Adam and Nick Damon, asking the questions, whether they get the answer. Shea, it was you that talked to Stephen McAleer just as the car was, in fact, we hadn't quite gone back to green, and he said they thought that 54, 53 minutes was going to be all right for them. That car is a little bit further down, but RS1 was the other team.
They had enough fuel in the tank at that point in the race for it to be full green and for Trent to drive smart but fast, and they gave him permission. He went out there and reset the car's fast lap. So yeah, they were good with their fuel numbers as far as we're concerned for the RS1 Porsche. Mia McLaren, there's just been a tiny bit of scramble from their crew to get ready to say, we might have to come in at the dying moments of this, guys. And now up on the wall, Van der Steur racing for their Aston Martin. It's all still cool down at Windward, but they told me a while ago, Daniel is driving flat out. That's the order we gave him. We know he can't make it to the checker.
Nick Damon.
I think the Turner coming this lap, there's a huge amount of expectations. One of them goes past. Yeah, so it's one of the cars only comes in. It's the 95 that's coming down the pit lane. The 96 and the Kenton Cock car went past me. Here comes the 95. The 96 boys are on the pit wall as well. But here they come.
I sort of understand why they did it one at a time, but I also think it would have been interesting to
just fuel
with both of them, but that they kept the lead car setting the pace here. It'll be how they manage these cars afterwards. Fuel still going in, Nick?
Yeah, I've counted to 13 elephants so far, so it's a reasonable fuel, to put it mildly. The 19 Aston Martin goes to my left, so if they needed 13 seconds of fuel, I mean, we are going to get the 96 in this time as well. That's not even close, is it?
No, Van der Steur racing in as well. Valentin Hasglo. Surely 13 hippopotamus.
That'd be too long. Elephant exactly a second, apparently.
Not if you say elephant. So that was the second.
I used to use Mississippi, actually, which is also another apparently 1 second word.
Yeah,
you
hippopotamus
just
has got
1 second. That's a second as well.
Hippopotamus has got too many syllables in it. Hippo? Can you just shorten it to hippo, or is that too quick?
Yeah, it's too quick.
0.6 that one. We are into the last 10 minutes of the race. We still don't know where it's going to go, and this is going to be a nail-biter. IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the first of 2 4-hour contests for the GS and TCR cars this season. The second will be a headline event at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, second weekend of June. And now the race comes down to the pit crews. No fumbles. The driver cannot afford to miss the spot. In comes the Turner BMW, and Ken Cook stays out. So Ken Cook is going for the overcut, if you will. He's got relatively clear traffic ahead of him. Can he get a good lap in here? The in lap and the stop. Ken Cook goes down the inside of the RAD Audi. Here comes the Turner car to Nick Damon.
It stops. and I will give you a 3 elephant, 4 elephant, 5 elephant, 6 elephant, 7 elephant, 8 elephant, 9 elephant, 10 elephant, 11 elephant, 12 elephant, 13 elephant, 14 elephant, 15 elephant. Might go to the entire pack of elephants there, a herd, isn't it? There's more elephants, so it'll be interesting to see whether he gets out in front of his teammate, but it was a pretty clear stop. That's an awful lot of fuel they're putting in, isn't it? 13, 15 seconds.
RS1 are in. This was the car we felt certain could go. That's what they'd been telling us. But it's been a very hot pace. And here comes Daniel Morad fighting with Kenton Cook on what might be the in-lap. What about Matt Plum for TGM? Morad, great grunt and great grip out of the turn 6 hairpin onto the banking. He'll stay low as they come side by side. This is not efficient. Watch out for Matt Plum, and Carlos de Quesada is only another 5 seconds further back. Michael de Quesada, excuse me. So here comes down the inside, the AMG into the Le Mans chicane. He's got the position, he had the right part of the road, and he leads the race. Winward lead the race with Daniel Morad, 7.5 minutes to go. So that is another race leader, Jeremy Shaw.
Number 10 of this race, number 46, number 50, number 91, 46, 95, 13, 34, 92, 96, and now with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Morad pits. Morad to the lead and then straight to the pit lane.
So he actually won't lead the lap.
No, he will not lead the lap, Jeremy. You're absolutely right. Not at the line. Kenton Cook goes through for Random Vandals. Mia McLaren also coming in as well, goes past Nick Damon. Morad has got the fuel probe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seconds. That's a couple of seconds quicker at least than the 2 BMWs. Where are the Turner BMWs? Answer is coming out of the turn 4, and they are together. They are together. It's the yellow hood ahead. I think Morad's beat them out. I think Morad's going to beat them out here. It's going to be very tight. The Mia McLaren with the hazard flashes on going around, but where is Daniel Morad? Has he popped out of the back straight yet? It's going to be close. There he is. He's down towards the hairpin. He's out. He's down towards the horseshoe. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds on the Turner BMWs. That's tremendous stuff. That was 1 extra lap than one of the BMWs, 2 of the other. The lead of the race, Matt Plum's got through into the lead. Now, does that mean that Kenton Cook's coming in this time around?
Either that, or Kenton Cook's going to try and get to the end of the race without this stop, because he's been right in there behind Robbie Foley, just lifting and coasting, and Plum went by him like he was standing still there. Under 6 minutes to go. Kenton Cook's going to have to get 4 more laps, 5 more laps than the rest.
Yeah,
I think he can do it. I do, and this would be my Michelin moment of the race if he could do it. It is a lot, you're right, but why not?
I mean, yeah, there's another master at saving fuel, Matt Plum. I mean, he is the most successful driver in this championship.
Is that another leader? Oh no, that was we had
number 46
earlier on. Yeah, 46 car. Yep. So through they go. Also in there, of course, as we've got someone slow out on there. It's one of the VGRT cars. That 99, yes it is. It is the 99 TCR from Victor Gonzalez Racing Team with Tyler Gonzalez. No relation.
I think it's got some sort of issue on the front. Had a big wobble there at quite slow speed. So is there an issue there for that 99 Victor Gonzalez Racing car?
TCR battle is going on to the high banks. This is as close as they've been for a little while as well.
The car we haven't talked about is Luca Mars in that Ford Mustang. We've seen that car being really frugal in the past, and even young Luca at just 17 years of age, he's learned very, very quickly at Luca, and he's already now in the 3rd position. It's about 20 seconds behind, so...
Yeah, but if he doesn't have to stop, that's
the point.
Anybody who doesn't have to stop now...
28 going very slow. That's the RS1 Porsche
and
going really slow.
Back out again. He's just come out of the pits. So that wasn't fuel related, because he's just been in and out of the pits. Beautiful light at the western end of the Daytona International Speedway. Last 4 minutes of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Oh,
I reckon unless they splutter now, these guys are going to the end. Kenton Cook's gone back to the lead. Matt Plum in second.
Trent Hinman there in that 28 RS1 Porsche lost 9 seconds in sector 3 there, so there's definitely a big problem for that RS1 Porsche. Heartbreak for that crew. Oh, 4 minutes to, less than 4 minutes to go.
Kenton Cook, oh, here comes Matt Plum. Cook stays out, Plum pits. So TGM now, again, this will all come down, so where is Riley Dickinson on the track? So Plum comes in, fuel hose on, 4
elephant, 5 elephant, 6 elephant, 7 elephant. 7 elephant.
Wow.
That's less elephants than the others.
Far fewer elephants than anyone else.
Turno also have 2 hippos.
That's true. Coming in for their final stop, here is the 59 car. This is the core racing car, so that's the Mars car, not going to make it to the end. Oh my goodness, Kenton Cook could win this. He's only got 2 laps to go. You've got to stay out now. Got to stay out. Soft pedal. He can lose 25 seconds to Matt Plum.
Yep.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, but
maybe more than that.
Riley Dickinson certainly there in that. He's in the second position now in that Kelly Moss by Riley, number 91 Porsche.
Look at Mars in and out. Kenton Cook with just under 7 miles to go. The 92 BMW towards the double yellow line. He's got no one to race now. The only competitor he's got is his fuel mileage. 24.5 seconds. Kenton Cook, Random Vandals, down towards the Le Mans chicane. If he wins this, this is incredible. This is incredible if he wins this.
It's going to be tight as to whether there's going to be 1 lap to go.
It's declared as 2 to go, Jeremy, I think. So 1 lap.
Yeah, I think it'll be white flag this time around.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Race control off to our left, keeping an eye on it.
Is. White flag.
White flag in hand.
Yeah, he's running several seconds per sector slower, but that
doesn't matter.
But within the within the window he needs to be. Oh, he's coming down.
Oh, he's coming
down the apron.
No way.
Yeah.
Riley Dickinson could yet.
Yes.
They're not ready for him. They're not expecting him. I can't believe he's not got 3.5 miles in. The drama. Dickinson then 25 seconds back. Surely he can't get the stop done. Just a splash.
No, he can't get the stop done in order to keep the lead.
2,
4 elephants.
4.
That was a 4 elephant stop.
He might actually lead across the line.
Do you know what? Riley Dickinson for Kelly Moss Racing is only just coming round now. He might actually make this. No, he's not. Dickinson's gone through. And Riley Dickinson is on the last lap. This could be Kelly Moss's biggest victory. They've won in all kinds of Porsche racing. If Riley Dickinson pulls this off, this is extraordinary.
It would be the only, if they complete this lap, that would be the only lap that this car's led, because in the pit lane, Kenton Cook was ahead of Riley, yes.
And Riley Dickinson and the Kelly Moss crew, they've done the same strategy that RS1 did, where they pitted at the last lap of the caution. Lap 81, 82. Yep. But 2 laps later than everyone else under caution. You think that can't make much of a difference? Well, Riley Dickinson and Kelly Moss, they've just proven it.
Well, they haven't proved it yet.
No, you're right. Good point. Good point.
And he's got Daniel Morad charging behind him. He's within sight. Morad within sight of a win for Winward Racing. Matt Plum's another 4 seconds further back. This is not over at all. More than half a lap to go. Extraordinary stuff in the last hour of the Michelin Pilot Challenge for 2024, the season opener on Fast Friday at the 62nd running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. You've watched it, you've heard it, you might not believe it. Here comes Daniel Morad.
Yeah, and Dickinson tucks in behind that Porsche Toyota to try and get a little bit of a tow down the back straight. And there were 7.5 seconds in between the Porsche and the pursuing Mercedes when they crossed the stripe. They're coming out of the Le Mans chicane.
On to the run to the checkered flag. A cough, a splutter will cost the Porsche Austin number 91 car the victory. Riley Dickinson holds the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Morad. He's gaining, but he's not gaining quick enough. Here comes the AMG, but he's not in sight. It's Riley Dickinson who wins it for Kelly Moss.
Wow.
With Riley, Victoria and the team will be absolutely delighted. Andy Kilcoyne there as well. That is an extraordinary victory for Riley Dickinson, for Mike McCarthy and 16-year-old Brady Golan, who have taken that on the same strategy that RS1 had. They rolled the dice, and our winner in the Michelin moment of the race for TCR is the winner of TCR. A car that refused to come out and play is going to win with a little bit of a Mexican transplant. They'll be doing the hat dance tonight down at the number 17 Unitronics JTC team. And Mikey Taylor, along with his teammate, have done a cracking job. Just absolutely extraordinary stuff. That is remarkable. Two great stories. Very quickly.
What a motor race.
Very quickly. GS Michelin moment of the race. Got to be that strategy first of the race.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So unusually, both of our winners take the Michelin moment of the race.
Yeah.
Denny DuPont's run out of fuel on the last run to the line. I think he's got enough time. Where's Mark Wilkins? Here he comes. Wilkins is right behind him. And Mikey Taylor's gone through. Denny DuPont
He got it. He got it.
He's got it. DuPont just gets it from Mark Wilkins by 0.6 of a second with a car that I reckoned is kicked out of gear to come round. Let's pick up some of the response from the pit lane and the reaction from our BDO pit lane reporters who've kept us up to date. First, Shea Adam.
Down here with Victoria Thomas of Kelly Moss with Riley making his series debut. You're bringing Riley Dickinson, your defending Porsche Carrera Cup North American champion. He's leading the championship again. Did you ever think a win was possible?
No, we were really hoping for a top 10 best case scenario, so we couldn't be more excited.
And it's the first win with Michael McCarthy. He's been a team member for a long time. This was a great call on strategy, though. Was this Bill Riley effort in this?
Oh, gosh. The Riley strategy was absolutely spectacular, and the lineup of these three young guys can't beat it. We're so excited for the season.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Down at the JDC Miller, Corey Miller, fantastic result and an absolute fairy tale given where this car was just 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I think I texted friends and family that there was maybe a 20% chance we made the race, and I was being somewhat optimistic. So honestly, just a great way to start the season after the heartbreak at the end of last year. Everybody executed perfectly all day. Mikey drove great, and we're in it for the chance.
We just lost Nick Damon down there. Just lost Nick Damon down there in the pit lane. You might just have to recycle your pack there, Nick, to get back to us. Bill Riley, what a motor race, what a mind, what a strategist. Yeah. Mind, you can look at the numbers, you can call it, but the guys behind the wheel have got to deliver, and the guys who change the tyres, Andy Kilcoyne, Victoria Thomas, the whole team, Bill Riley, fantastic stuff, brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Great strategy. I mean, they were flying underneath the radar screen there with just a few laps to go. They were in the 10th position with 6 laps to go. They were 10th in that winning this race. He was running to his pace. He set that pace early on, what pace they needed to run to get to the end. That would have been dictated from the pit stand, and Riley Dickinson for the reigning Porsche Carrera North America Deluxe champion. What a ride that was for him. For Brady Golan, he will become the youngest ever winner in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, just 16 and 6 months. Less than that, actually. 16 and 4 months. Great run by him. A couple of position changes on that last lap. The Turner Motorsport BMWs swapped places. Robert McGuinness got past the champion Robbie Foley on that last lap. Also, to get up into 10th place, Mackay Stevens made the pass on Valentin Haseclo in the Aston Martin on that last lap.
And Robin Liddell, even after the penalty, got back into the top 10. So Rebel Rock Racing were targeting a top 10, top 12 finish with their new Aston Martin Vantage. They've had and so little running in it. And despite that, Robin Liddell was there. And I tell you what, in a fuel-saving run, if they'd been there at the end without that drive-through, there would have been a factor as well. What a motor race! We're waiting for Riley Dickinson. Stay with us here from Daytona as he comes into the victory circle. Shea Adam is down there, and my goodness, the man who won the Porsche Carrera Cup North America for the Kelly Moss Racing Equipe. Jeff Stone straight in there, very classy. In they go. Let's go to pick up a couple of other drivers that have done well. Winward Racing, second position. Daniel Morad finished it off, but Bryce Ward, what an opening stint, stayed in the top 10 all the way through.
I'm pretty sure that Russell just abused him too. As Bryce, you've told me this is your third time finishing second in this race, but you got the win at Indy last year. You know what it's like to win on a super speedway. How awesome is it for the Kelly Moss guys right now?
You know, I'm so proud of the team, and congrats to the Kelly Moss guys. You know, I spoke to Riley before, and I haven't known him for a long time, but man, he's such a good kid, and I'm so pleased for them and for our team as well. What a great job. You know, we didn't expect to come out here and be on the podium, but you know, with what we had, but the team and Daniel and everybody just executed, and so what a fantastic way to finish the race.
Can't wait to see what you do at Sebring. Good luck.
Thank you so much, and by the way, Happy New Year to all of you all.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Bryce. Let me just quickly recap our Michelin moment of the race. It was dead easy in TCR. The car that was dead couldn't even come out to play for some of the sessions, wouldn't start. The JDC Miller Motorsports number 17 squad had to think outside of the box, because there were no ECUs in the box. There was no ECUs in the United States of America. They found one in a crashed car. They found the owner of the crashed Audi race car. He went and pulled it out in the control box and jumped on a flight to Orlando. They went and picked him up. They fitted it. As they were going out to the false grid, the engine fired up. Hurrah! We've got a car. We can have a go. They had a go. They won the race. They're the Michelin moment of the race in TCR, the number 17. And unusually, it's also the winner of GS who takes our Michelin moment of the race for GS. Kelly Moss with Riley. Full team effort. Everybody executed. Ran quietly. Did their thing. Crunched the numbers. All of their drivers pulling absolutely brilliant duty. Brady Gorland at 16 years old, Michael McCarthy and Riley Dickinson doing their bit as well. They'll take the moment of the race in the set of Michelin Racing tyres for GS. Let's take a quick final thought from Peter Mackay alongside me before we wrap things up here. Peter, what do you reckon to that?
Well, this is Riley Dickinson's moment, I think. He's got his eyes set on a works drive, and I would imagine with Porsche, because that's what the last couple of years is what he's been about. He went to the junior shootout, he wasn't selected, but that sort of drive there, that is what a factory sports car racer should do, to be able to run the pace to win the race and run on such a low fuel number. Look at how Faf won the Sebring 12-hour in GTD Pro last year. They did it by effectively making fuel and running longer than anyone expected. So for Riley Dickinson, this is his moment, along with Kelly Moss as well. Huge well done to them. What a race.
Jeremy Shaw, action, excitement, great flag racing from just under an hour to the end, exactly how we like it. And that whole 4 hours was captivating.
Fabulous motor race, fabulous motor race. David Moore was the first believer in Riley Dickinson, who's 21 years of age now. Jeff Stone has picked up that mantle, given the opportunities to run in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America Deluxe Series, which he won brilliantly last year. He dominated it last year. And to make a dream debut like this, you can see how unbelievable it seemed to him in victory lane there. But he, as you say, he really earned that one. That was a great race, and hats off to well, so many teams, quite frankly, and particularly, look, I mean, Mikey Taylor and Chris Miller had virtually no laps this weekend. The race engineer is a winning debut for the race engineer down there as well for that JDC Miller Motorsports team, John Walker. So hats off to all those organizations. Really good fun.
Thank you very much indeed to our technical crew up in Concord, the brand new facility for NASCAR Productions. Aaron was cutting the pictures for the world feed. We've had lots of help this week here from Mike and his team here at the Speedway. Christine and Ropes, who have been in and out the studio as well to make sure that the IMSA Global Broadcast Centre could do its job. Nick Damon, as well as Joe Bradley and Shea Adam, were our BDO pit lane team, and of course Jeremy Shaw and Peter Mackay alongside me. We're trying to get a word with our race winner who brought the car home in Riley Dickinson. At the moment, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. We'll grab him. He's not going home too early. We'll grab him for an interview. If we can't get him in our broadcast tomorrow, we'll have him on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday on RS1. It looks like NBC's just finished with the overall winners. Let's see if Shea can slide in before that we take it. Riley Dickinson there looking very happy indeed. Shea, can you nip in for a quick word?
Trying to cut my way through all the adoring fans
well
as they are now. Let's see. He's getting to debrief with some other excited people.
Get in there.
And
go on,
all right. Riley, sorry to interrupt. I know you're talking to Volker, but this is your first start in this championship and your first win, and once again, you're leading the championship in a Porsche. So you're making a habit of this.
No, it definitely feels quite nice, but huge thank you to everyone at Kelly Moss and Riley Motorsports. You know, this was a bit of a last-minute program. I would say not even 3 weeks ago we decided to green-light this thing. So to be honest, have all this happen the way that it did is quite a dream come true. Huge thank you to everyone at Porsche Austin back at home. They're great supporters of mine, and hopefully they're watching right now, and big thank you to them. Huge thank you to everyone as well at home that's in supporting me throughout this offseason. Those of them know that it's been quite an up and down one for me, but yeah, it definitely feels quite rewarding right now.
What's it like as an All-American kid to drive into victory lane at this place?
To be honest, I actually started tearing up on the end lap. Yeah, I just got goosebumps again, but this has been, you know, since I was a little kid watching this place, watching the Daytona 500, watching obviously various forms of motorsport compete here, and it's quite special. It's quite special.
Remember to take a few sips of that champagne. You earned it today.
I definitely did.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Riley has been a top fella with us here at IMSA Radio down through the years and given plenty of his time. He deserves this one, and he'll be a factor throughout the year. What a brilliant way to finish off Fast Friday. 4 hours, 4 frenetic hours of fantastic racing. Fast, furious, and just great racing. Once again, we've delivered, well, at least the teams and drivers have delivered from the Michelin Pilot Challenge. From us here at Daytona, thanks for being with us. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.